Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and this is Freedom Friday, as evinced by my flag shirt, my tie here that represents freedom. We are under siege. Our country is now finding out the details of this Russian involvement. We found out yesterday that the senior advisor that was being investigated in Trump's administration was, in fact, his closest advisor, Jared Kushner. And now we're finding out that Jared Kushner, the Russian ambassador, told Moscow that Kushner wanted secret communication channel with the Kremlin. This is a huge bombshell of a story. The only way Jared's going to get out of this one is to probably cut a deal. And we're hoping that this new special prosecutor has the authority to get tax returns from Donald Trump, showing 10 years of tax returns. Otherwise, he's a non-starter. He doesn't have any power. We've got to get the tax returns. And if he's willing to cut a deal with anyone like Kushner to find out solid information on Trump, then we might have to do that. Kushner looks like the kind of guy that wouldn't want to spend time in a federal prison. So he may want to cut a deal. We did unban all earlier, but I had to ban somebody earlier, so after that fact. Now, somebody's talking about, Deuce, you're obsessed with this group called Antifa, the anti-fascists. Well, anyone reacting to the fascism coming from the Trump administration would be an anti-fascist. So technically the entire population would be members of this fictitious group you're talking about. So I'm not sure what you're saying. Yeah, Jared Kushner trying to secretly talk to the Russians is the biggest billow of smoke yet. Okay. Yeah, this is serious. Yeah. He tried to set up a secret Trump-Russian back channel to evade any scrutiny prior to the election. Yeah, this is enough to get Donald Trump impeached. I'm not wearing a wig. This is my real hair. Oh, it stands for Anti-First Amendment? Oh, really? Okay. Well, that's different. Yeah, I support the First Amendment. Everything I'm doing is real. No. The whole show has been powered by a constancy that has never been matched by any other human being on Earth. I couldn't do this without the complete and absolute mental clarity and vision that I have to do this show against all odds, against all censorship. Well, the fact is, I don't track the alternate media alt-right sites that keep pushing this idea that there's an Antifa group out there. I'm more concerned at this point with people like George Soros, who would probably fund Antifa and fund the MoveOn organization at the same time. Well, I won't be going there. She'll be going there. Anybody who lives in absolute hypocrisy will probably be judged for it eventually. No, I don't avoid going outside on windy days. I have a wonderful hat that I wear. Yeah, exactly. I don't want to talk about hair. Yeah. Okay, so what we're trying to do is come to the conclusion that, our country is being played by powerful industrial leaders like Jared Kushner, who grew up at 666 Fifth Avenue, and his parents owned the Kushner building there. We're hearing that people think that Chris Cornell is alive, that he didn't die. So we're getting new information that Chris Cornell might be a hoax too. So that's going to be interesting looking that up tonight. So Frankenstein, you know more about Antifa than I do, because I don't track any of these alt-right sites that make up stories to get donations. They all talk about how North Korea is going to attack us and how they support Duterte eating terrorists. I don't go to those sites. These alt-right sites, I don't mean alt-reality sites. I mean alt-right sites that are supporting Hitler, Trump, the hoax, all these people. There's a lot of white supremacists that voted for Donald Trump, the Zionist, and now they're finding out he supports Israel, even though he sells secrets of Israel's to Russia or gives them away for free, like that recent reveal of a person who's a high-level asset in ISIS, who's an Israeli. Donald screwed him royally. Or her. I'm not sure if it's a he or a her. More news about Kushner? Okay. One thing we can really rely on is that the news is constant and completely wild. I mean, there's like all kinds of stuff coming at us nonstop. This is why I have this Epic browser. It blocked 23 incoming attack malware things. Kushner called Lockheed CEO, okay, to get a better arms deal for Saudi Arabia. Okay. He personally called the CEO of Lockheed Martin during a meeting with Saudi delegation to ask for a cut the price of a missile defense system. The call was part of Kushner's effort to secure a roughly $110 billion arms deal, which Trump bragged about. Okay, during the meeting with the delegation, Kushner determined the cost could prohibit the Saudis from purchasing a terminal high-altitude area, a THAAD missile defense system, which is designed to shoot down intermediate-range ballistics. In an unorthodox move, Kushner phoned Marilyn Hewson, the chief executive of Lockheed Martin, which manufactures the THAAD systems, and asked her if her company could lower the cost of the anti-missile system. She reportedly told him she would look into it. No, the phone call doesn't break any laws. No. You know, I think the guy's just aggressively trying to help his best friend, Donald Trump. I really think Jared is a simple guy. He's not the brightest, guy in the whole world, but he's got a lot of heavy-duty connections, and I think they use him. Goldman Sachs wants a place in the White House. They want somebody close to Donald Trump. So Jared is more like a kind of I don't know, a transparent tool to be used by rich people who have more brains and motivations and inner motivations than he does. He seems relatively unaware of how he's being used. So I think he's the perfect guy to cut a deal with, and I think that if the prosecutor, Mueller, decides to give Ivanka and Jared immunity, I think the sky's the limit. We could definitely see a resignation from Donald Trump within a couple weeks. We wouldn't even have to go through the impeachment process. I think that would save our country a lot of indignity and would move us toward a common goal, which is to move on, get a better government that's not contaminated by the Russians. Now, you're saying Ivanka was a prostitute? Do you have any proof of this? Okay. You're saying she was an escort in her father's escort business? Can you prove any of this? Please. I mean, this is coming under the heading of hearsay. Obama was going to be impeached? Well, I was going to see Obama impeached back then when I thought the birth certificate was going to happen. Oh, no, but this is a lot more difficult because Obama didn't openly give state secrets, not even our state, Israel's, to Russia. I mean, that's way bigger than forging your birth certificate to become president. She's still an escort? Really? So when she met President Xi Jinping of China, she was acting as an escort? That's a little weird because I was wondering what Xi Jinping got in exchange for allowing 38 trademarks to be authorized in China for Trump enterprises. I can't imagine she was a prostitute. No. I refuse to believe that. Okay, charges filed against Tim Kaine's son, others who crashed the Minnesota Capitol Trump rally. Wow. The chaos that some counter-protesters brought into the Minnesota Capitol in March during a rally in support of Trump included smoke bombs, mace in people's faces, and fireworks, prosecutors said. Among those charged was Linwood Woody Kaine, the son of U.S. Senator Tim Kaine, who was Hillary Clinton's running mate in 2016. Wow, so Tim Kaine has a pretty rebellious son. 24-year-old Minneapolis man is accused of fleeing police on foot and concealing his identity in a public place, both misdemeanors and obstructing legal process, a gross misdemeanor. Well, right now we got bigger fish to fry. We got a president that's obstructing justice. When he fired James Comey, he openly admitted after switching his story twice before that he did it because he wanted to make this Russian investigation go away, which is called obstruction of justice. So your president has admitted to committing obstruction of justice. All right? That's where we're at right now. Any other defense of Trump at this point will have to be done in court by his attorney, who's also working for a Russian bank or against a Russian bank. It's going to be interesting. So please don't disparage Ivanka. If you have proof, okay, you agree on this. Thank you, Jessica, for coming in. I don't want bad feelings between us. I wish the best for you. I really do. I don't know how this whole thing got kicked off, but everyone has a right to start the day fresh, right? David eluded me for a long time, but now I got it. Your humor is like Lenny Bruce, interpretive political correctness. Yeah. Well, considering I've got his book right over here, How to Talk Dirty and Influence People. Yeah, I see your point. I was very influenced by Lenny Bruce. Some of the early, but I don't use the F word. I mean, I don't do heroin, so I'm not like him. No, I'm not a representative of the deep state. I'm a person who recognizes the need for clarity at a time when many of you are confused. Don't threaten people in this room. Thank you. Lenny is one of the best. He truly is. He's, historically, Lenny Bruce. Okay, Tech Insider. Brazilian doctors are using fish skin to treat burn victims. Oh, that's cool. Why not? Yeah, that's a good idea, fish skin. Who would have thought fish skin would be so good at holding winds together? But in a way, it totally makes sense, The reptilians among you are going to really like that. So in our pre-show, we talked about some pretty interesting things. We talked about this guy who actually lives in the hometown where Paul McCartney was born. And some people claim that he is Paul McCartney. He looks a lot like him, I gotta tell you. He might very well be Paul McCartney, I don't know.
You got enough for the rest of the class.
Who does he look like?
Yeah.
Doesn't he?
So he gives people like a little visit of the house, and he tours people around. I guess they pay him to do this, but it's pretty interesting how a guy could get people to believe that he could be Paul McCartney, especially considering he looks just like him. Except that the guy that we know down today is Paul McCartney is a lot different in looks. Very interesting story that kind of is promoted by the internet is that Paul McCartney was replaced, and it's still the story that he died. It just gets better and better because there's more and more evidence that this guy really doesn't match the face of the real Paul McCartney. All right. You're yawning. I think it's because you didn't get enough sleep last night, so you may want to go back to bed and come in. No, I really mean it. People believe that Paul McCartney has been replaced. If you didn't get enough sleep, get some more sleep. Come back when you're feeling rested. Because right now you're making a fool out of me and you, trying to yawn during my show. Do you think I do this because I want to do it? I have to do it. I'm required to do it. It occurred to me that Howard Stern made $500 million for 10 years at Sirius XM Radio. Have you heard his radio station now? It's just almost boring. And it occurred to me that he does that for $500 million, and I do this. I've done this for 9 years for nothing. And you're expecting me to keep you entertained. It's amazing. It's just phenomenal that you think that I should be entertaining you when Howard Stern gets $500 million for 10 years to bore the hell out of you. Amazing. Brace yourself for an impeachment hearing and the removal of his entire cabinet and possibly putting Paul Ryan in as president. Brace yourself. Heavy lag. No, I'm not protecting people like Kane. No, I think they should be prosecuted. We have to prosecute both parties, even in reference to the Russians. Apparently there's links to Podesta and Hillary to the Russian deals. Both parties have been feeding off the government trough, the Russian government. You're sleepy? Well, you've been up too late, Mystify Me. Maybe you've been staying up watching our show too long. You might want to take a nap and come back when I'm funnier. I thought Howard Stern was funny. There was a time when, like when he did his blackface video, I thought that was funny. I don't want to be making money. My point is I'm doing this for free because I don't need money. People ask me, David, are you a millionaire? I don't mind. I don't want to be rude, but to call me a millionaire is absurd. So, no news on Richard Simmons. He's probably still inside his house with the curtains drawn. Donald Trump to hungry seniors drop dead. Yeah, apparently people aren't going to get food. Trump's new budget plan has all kinds of cuts. His message, according to The Nation, is drop dead. Some 10 million elders are threatened by hunger, but the president's budget won't slash desperately needed funding for food crap. But the president's budget would slash desperately needed funding for food programs. Yeah, won't or would? Would. The budget sent to Congress Tuesday for fiscal year 2018 puts the country's ambivalence over feeding hungry citizens back on the agenda, this time in the disguise of defunding food programs for the seniors. So the Meals on Wheels will be shut down. It'll be more like go to the dumpster, courtesy of the U.S. government. Dine from the dumpster. So I would never cut food programs. In fact, there'd be a robust food supply at all our food banks. And I even offer something even better, $400 per U.S. citizen. I think that's a pretty good deal, don't you? U.S. adult citizen, everybody gets $400. All together now, all together now, all together now. So if you want to qualify for this, all you'd have to do is present a valid birth certificate and an ID, and they'd sign you up. Arctic show get frozen every 2 minutes. Why do you think I'm full of lies? I don't lie at all. It's just absurd that you think that I'm a liar. Do you have a hairy chest? Yes, I do. And I have to actually, yeah, I have to actually, I don't wax, but I do trim the hair. Yeah, it's something I have to, this area is a little hairy in here. And sometimes it gets that old man hair, like white hair, all weird and gross. And I just take a razor and get rid of it. Not completely, though. But it makes me look like I'm 80 years old. It's the one thing about getting older is getting like white hair in here. It's like disgusting. I'm telling you the truth. Little Pool says, David, I'm in Australia and was wondering if you'd ever consider doing a tour here. No, I can't travel. Yeah, I'm not on the no-fly list or anything, but I can't travel in planes that have no protection. Well, he should double the standard tax deduction, considering it's ripping the middle class off. Absolutely. I don't think Trump's making America great. He's appearing like a jackass and a buffoon in front of a world audience, and he's continuing the laugh that everyone's having around the world going, can you believe what an idiot this man is? No, that's not true. But seriously, if you ask yourself why our government doesn't give us money, because they're giving themselves money. They don't have this money in Trump's budget to give you because they're giving it to Lockheed Martin. Like Jared Kushner, he called Lockheed Martin right in the middle of a deal with the Saudis to close in on that $100 billion order. It's amazing. It's amazing how a guy with no knowledge of foreign policy or weapons is handling deals with the most dangerous countries in the world under Trump. Now, Jared Kushner openly tried to solicit a direct connection to the Russians. And this reveal that he secretly wanted to talk to the Russians is the biggest blow of smoke yet coming out of the Trump White House. We're going to see how he handles his closest advisor, Jared, who he's been his right-hand man from the beginning, start to collapse from under him. We'll wonder what happened. Steve Bannon's not going to hold everybody up. Steve Bannon, whose face looks like, he's got some serious dermal abrasion he needs to do. Okay, let's just put it that way. Steve Bannon, had a big clash with Jared Kushner, but he's not going to be able to hold it together for Trump. Trump is still a globalist, and Jared Kushner is connected to that globalism. But if he doesn't have Jared, he'll just turn to another globalist. He'll probably hire Henry Kissinger to come in and be a special advisor. Mr. President, I was told that I was supposed to be here at 9 o'clock in the morning. I cannot even get up at that hour. My hemorrhoids hurt so badly, I have to apply hemorrhoid cream to my anus. What do you think about Twitch? I think Twitch is banning me, IP banning me illegally, and they need to be dealt with. We're going to have a law that says that you can't do that illegally when you have a network and a broadcast network on the internet in America. So yeah, he'll probably hire Kissinger as a senior advisor when Jared has to cut a deal. Apparently a lot of you don't like the kind of discussion I'm having about Trump. So in lieu of that, why don't you go back to what you were normally doing, like beating up your wife or, drinking yourself under because you can't deal with your penile erection problem and your erectile dysfunction problem. So yeah, you can go now. Trump tards leave. Go back to doing what you're doing. And I don't recommend beating up your wife. I'm not in any way encouraging that. Oh, sure, you're going to beat me up. Yeah, you couldn't beat yourself out of a wet paper bag with sharp fingernails, you worthless piece of shit. Oh, I'm sorry. Triggered. Don't want to get triggered. Thank you. Calmness, Dave. Getting you back into the Zen meditative state I was in when I started the show, it's going to be difficult. Yeah, the Trump tards are enraged. The smoke is filling the air, and in the White House looks completely guilty in this matter. I agree. Profanity is not presidential, so Donald Trump should stop saying the F word. Good point. I've never said the F word. Dude, you couldn't even get near me. I can throw a punch twice as fast as the average person. I literally have speed punching ability. Most people don't even know what that is. Those strong words are just the type of leadership we need in Australia, David. I wish you could move here. Well, thank you, little poo. Yeah, I never thought using bad words was going to get me so far in life, but I read this book, Talking Dirty and Influencing People, Let me see if I can get it for you here. I'll show it to you. It's going to be a stretch, because it's over behind my museum artifact here. Yeah, this is a Lenny Bruce book that I really enjoy reading. And it teaches you how to learn the trigger points for pissing people off, and Lenny Bruce was an expert at this. Chapter 16. It was starting to get desperate for us financially, and Honey said, okay, I got a chance to strip. Oh, Christ, no, I don't want you to go back to stripping, he tells his wife. Well, I'll just go stripping for 2 weeks, and that'll be it. It'll play like Las Vegas. Now, this is a great book. I mean, hold on there, guy. You're not allowed to say these things here. I'm a tested genius. I have an IQ of 185. You can't call me a moron. Well, then again, it is free speech, and you are protected by free speech. But that's slander, and I'm going to kick you out of the scene right now. Yeah. Yeah, this is a rare book. Very rare. Paperback. I keep it in a plastic bag. I have a massive book collection. I'm going to bring it out to the Presidential Library and make it publicly available. Thank you. I'm impressing myself, too. And then, of course, my book that I wrote with Sarah, Hybrid Capitalism. Good book. All about how to bring a business environment back to the White House. Not like Trump, who just borrows money. We want to get the government to run efficiently, not just borrow money to continue doing it. No, I'm not a hoarder. In fact, my collection, I acquired my collection about 20 years ago and didn't add to it. When I met Sarah, I took her out antiquing. And we were looking at some magazines in a little town that she was living near Eureka, California. And I said, Sarah, there's a couple magazines here, but you know something? I'm gonna not buy magazines at antique stores anymore. Ever since I met her, I stopped doing it because that was my hobby for a while. I won't be flying on a plane until I actually get a Faraday cage built for the plane itself. The idea is to build a network of wiring around the navigation system in the plane, so it doesn't have any ability to be hacked from outside. The whole point of it is to prevent anyone from doing what happened with the MH370, which was a plane that was completely struck down in the ocean and they never found it. I would not want to get on a plane knowing full well that if they could kill me, they'd take the whole plane down and other people would die and innocent people would die. I could not bear to see a plane going down because of that. They would think nothing of killing everybody on board just to get rid of me. I obviously pose a threat to the society and the elitists that run the world, simply because I've done the unthinkable. I've stood up to the censorship directly, and I've continued to do this on a daily basis, and nobody can stop me. And even the elitists who come in here and hire people. Are there people watching you? Yes, there's people investigating me, but not watching me here. No, my area right here is pretty safe. I don't have anybody watching me because I have full visual range of about a quarter of a mile. And there's nobody that I can see that would be in any way a government agent or even a person trying to kill me. You're hired by Soros. I would not doubt that, yeah. But I mean, in the environment of this show, people are trying to stop me on a daily basis. So we do this against all odds. If I were delusional or paranoid, I couldn't even do the show. I'd be living and cowering in fear. Well, we can see pretty much the main highway from our house. I can see all the roads around me. So I have pretty much a 360-degree view. But nobody's attacking me here at my home. But people have threatened to kill me here at my home many, many times. But no one has the balls to get near me because they know I'm fully capable of defending myself. They hate me because they ain't you. That's true. Plus, this is not a religious channel.
Excuse me, sir. Hi.
Hi there.
Hello, my name is Hampton, and this is my daughter, Tanya.
We just traveled from trailer park to trailer park,
That's right.
spreading the word of the Lord.
Just as Jesus traveled from Shadrach to Meshach to Abednego, we travel from trailer park to trailer park, spreading the good news. Do you live around here?
I live right here in this van with my kitty.
I see.
Have you read the Bible?
Maybe I have, maybe I haven't. What's it to you?
Can you read, my son?
Well, that depends. Can you go fuck yourself?
Okay. People don't want to be bothered with religiosity. So if you're Jessica, she understands it's a political channel, and she's recognizing that now. We don't want to broach the most sacred area of our beliefs, and that is our religion. I don't have a religion. I believe in God and have a personal relationship with the Lord, but I don't have a religion. And that's where I'm different than Donald Trump, who claims to be Presbyterian, yet doesn't seem to have anybody around him who's religious or godly. He worships Norman Vincent Peale as a deity, and that guy is a 33rd degree Mason. Many people believe was a Satanist. Oh, cool, Jessica. I'm glad you're getting more into politics. So. Well, there you go. You believe that the Lord is Satan, just like Norman Vincent Peale did, the guy that influenced Donald Trump. Many people who are at the top of the financial ladder oftentimes see Jesus as the bright and shining angel, Lucifer. I'm not making this up. I wish I was. I saw a bird the other day. It looked very similar to a drone. I was thinking, is that a drone? I think she's staying clean and she needs to remain sober the rest of her life. Never take another drink. This woman that got arrested for DUI. What's your stance on Confederate monuments that are being destroyed? Trolls are spewing all kinds of garbage, Jessica. They do that on an hourly basis. They're paid to do this because the elitists don't know how to stop me any other way. They've censored me in the mainstream media, but my viewership on UHF continues to grow almost with reckless abandon. They can't stop me. So Donald admits Donald Trump colluded with Russia. You may want to not use caps when slamming, it's trolling us, because what you're doing is you can fit a lot more troll attacks if you went with no caps. Yeah, you'd fit them more in. They can't get to me. I'm telling you, if they tried to get near me, I would see them. I'm one of the most perceptive people in the world. I can walk into a stadium with 15,000 people and spot known dangerous characters. I have a sixth sense about that. Don't call Princess a retard. She's a nice person. Mark can't stop me either. He needs me. He has to make money. Well, I'm trying to keep you guys on straight and narrow when it comes to the mainstream media. They give you talking points that you're supposed to, regurgitate. Last year, the nation had a honeybee holocaust. Why should you care? This dangerous ingredient, glyphosate, is causing honeybees to die. Well, let's be clear. Pesticides, herbicides, poor nutrition, honey from a local beekeeper. Now you can help. Yeah, really, TV shows like supernatural shows and Lucifer are trying to humanize Satan. Good point. You're on it, man. Your 395's got a good point there. No, the negative news out there is not fake news. Would you just eliminate the word fake news from your thought processes? A lot of you have been clinging to this thinking, well, everything's fake news. That's what they'd like you to believe. They don't want you to question anything. In fact, in a country that claims to be free and democratic, we're the least free and democratic people ever. Okay, Mystify Me has the funeral link to Chris Cornell's funeral. Some of you are in such deep denial you don't believe Chris died. Some of the top people in the country, like Brad Pitt, who looks like he's really unhappy about his relationship with Angelina Jolie going south, but he's also upset about Chris. Yeah, they're there. They should have used a song that Chris did, I don't know, is it an open casket? So you believe that Fox created Lucifer? That's pretty funny. I am one of the most powerful gentlemen in the world. Thank you. No, the Jewish people died in World War II. You're a Holocaust denier. You need to go away. We don't allow you to come in here. You're also a flat earther, too. Most Holocaust deniers are also flat earthers. It's a known fact that they've lost their brains. They're absolutely retarded. Yeah, that story about me was libel. I'll be prosecuting them. I'm as powerful as the butt plug up your ass. No. Very sturdy. Yeah, flat brainers. Good point, Meow TV. Yeah, so that was really sad. The Hollywood Forever Cemetery has it. So I guess he'll be forever remembered in Hollywood at the Hollywood Forever Cemetery. I was watching a little piece on Jim Morrison. I found a strange and incongruous factoid. And Jim Morrison's father was on camera talking, and he said that the hospital called, that a person from the Navy called him and said that Jim died in the hospital of a heart attack. I have him on recorded saying that. I'm going to play that later tonight. A little history about Jim Morrison. Well, you go to his wiki and it says he died, he was found in a bathtub dead. It's very strange that he would be found in a bathtub dead, then he died of a heart attack later at the hospital. Kind of reminds me of Seth Rich, who was actually not killed by the shooting itself. He went to the hospital, was getting better. The physician and the staff stitched him up. The physician claimed that anonymously that he couldn't understand. They kept him out and all the other nurses out and let Seth Rich die. Then it turns out that the managing physician at the hospital, the overriding physician, was friends of John Podesta. I mean, the Seth Rich story is a massive cover-up. And the detective that was working for the family that reported last week that the government's been told to stand down in the investigation, it looks more and more like the government's trying to cover up the Seth Rich killing. The FBI lost 2 guns that looked like the weapons that were used to shoot Seth Rich. They lost them within a mile of Seth Rich's death or shooting. And they put him in as missing guns. Scissor Fight found that. No, all this stuff gets more and more interesting. My website hits are astronomical. Yep, it's true. No, I never had sex with an African chick in college. I did have a short one-night stand with an African-American woman after college. It was one of the most amazing, one-night stands I've ever had. Yeah. But I stopped doing that when I was like 22, 21. I decided to check out of college when I was 18. I didn't like the communists that were telling me what to do. My site's designed to look like a site made in 2004 using a free host. Turns out that free host, Drupal, has the best security software against attacks anyone has ever developed. Yeah, well, Seth Rich is going to be the big story for a long time to come. Yeah, I didn't want to have STDs, so I didn't actively seek sex out for about 16 years. Dude, my site is designed to be bulletproof. It looks like that because it has to look like that. I have every defense on my PC you can even imagine. I have Windows 10. The very best security money can't buy. Well, when you're 21, your hormones are active and you'll have, a little experience with an African American woman. No, I don't like Metacrawler because I don't really understand heavy metal. No, it's not because I'm cheap. It's because they have the best software ever. She was not from Africa. She was an African American. And she's very beautiful. I couldn't help but lay next to her. It may look like that to you because you don't understand the safeguards that I have in place. No, I am a real candidate, Power J. Yeah, that's just not true. You're going to have to purge that. I've been running for office for the past 8 years, even local office, going on 9. Well, she was a very, very, very good kisser. Yeah. Well, I had a 16-year dry spell, broken up in the middle, 8 years of celibacy, because I chose to be celibate. Women were throwing themselves at me. But I said, no, I'm sorry. I'm not gonna do it. Not going to have sex with you. I'm sorry. I was saving myself for the perfect person, and I'm so glad I did, because everybody knows that when you find that person in your life, you know you're finally there. You know you finally achieved a pinnacle of success. Oh yeah, I saved myself from getting AIDS. People were dying during the 80s of AIDS. I met a woman, the first woman who died of AIDS. I met her. She happened to be the executive secretary for Steve McQueen. The actor Steve McQueen, very famous actor. Okay, mother is livid. Let's take a look. Okay, another kid's face was used in the Ariana Manchester. Yeah, the Ariana Grande Manchester bombing uses photo of a girl murdered in 2014, and the mother is livid. Here we go.
Well, 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 what do we have here? Something familiar. Samantha Shrewsbury was shocked to see images of Jaden Parkinson, 17, who was murdered by her ex-boyfriend and dumped in a graveyard, circulating online. This is a real victim right here. You want to have vigils and pray and have flowers and cry? This is who you cry for right here. This girl was murdered. This is an actual, real murder victim. Murdered by her boyfriend, piece of garbage, who murdered this poor girl and dumped her body in a graveyard. I think because she was pregnant. And who knows what else. I didn't look too deeply into it, to be honest. But he is in prison. He got 20 years. I hope they take good care of him in there, if you know what I mean. The mother of a murdered teenager has blasted trolls who used her daughter's photo in collages of missing people in the Manchester bombing. Ben Blakely strangled Jaden in Didcot when she told him she was pregnant and was jailed for 20 years in 2014. But her mom Samantha was horrified to see a selfie snapped by Jaden among images of people being searched for after the Manchester bombing, and spoke of the damage this could cause. This is her mother. Poor thing. You know, people who actually lose children live with this for the rest of their life. How much do you want to bet that this woman didn't give Anderson Cooper an interview 3 days later and was laughing her head off? I can guarantee you she was not.
Okay. We'll take a look at that a little later tonight. We're going to have a series of videos we play at 10 o'clock, so I'll add that to the list. How you feeling?
Good. How are you?
Pretty good. Just gathering information to add to our list. So many people are amazed by the use of these photos. You know, some people are saying that the photos are being produced by hoaxers, that the hoaxers are putting out fake photos to cover the argument that real people. Now, Larry knows somebody who knows somebody that died at the Manchester attack.
Well, and I heard I think it was yesterday, that they had found everyone and contacted everyone's family, and yet some people were saying, oh, we're still looking for certain people, and it's just like a way for certain people to get attention.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, even though everyone's accounted for, they're still wanting to get some kind of attention. It's really kind of ridiculous.
Okay. We can all differ on our perceptions of what's happening, that's for sure. We don't have to have you lock in on any one thought. It's not important. One of the things about our party is we agree to disagree on a lot of things, but we come together on how to fix the country, and that's the important thing. Melania wore a $52,000 dress, Princess Fiona has reported. More accurate world map wins prestigious design award. The most accurate map you'll ever see. You probably won't like it. Okay, Meow TV just gave us this, saying it won a design award because it kind of puts our countries in a different perspective.
It's a good idea.
Yeah, operating off the Mercado projection. a cartographic technique developed by Flemish geographer Mercator in 1569. This imperfect technique gave us a map that was right side up, orderly and useful for ship navigation. Huh. Well, I'm definitely impressed with that, but not something I'm excited by. So Sarah's going to give me a little break. I'm going to take off for a bit, have a little dinner, and you guys can talk till the cows come home. Okay, it was a coat, not a dress. Thank you. Good evening, Ad the One. Likes our show, comes back now. That's cool. Yeah, you have donuts. Good. And trivia is Sarah's specialty. She gives you guys lots of information, especially if you're watching from overseas. You'd like to find out more about American history. She's got a great book called Culture of Literacy. Cultural literacy. And she has the option of turning guest chat off if it gets out of control. So now the word troll is in the word control. So we're against trolls, so we have control. That Latin derivation of the word control. Control. Okay. Oh, Melania, we know the coat she wore. So the big story, Sarah, is a third of the nation's honeybee colonies died. That was a big story. But the really big story is that Jared Kushner was reaching out to the Kremlin to get a secret pathway to talk. That we know now that Jared Kushner is the senior advisor being investigated by Mueller. And what this entails is that Jared Kushner is now going to take the heat. Will Trump make him the fall guy, or will Jared do an immunity deal and throw Trump under the bus? I don't know. Jared seems like a guy who wouldn't just allow somebody to step all over him and get sent to prison and take the fall. I don't know him, but we'll see. All right, I'll be back. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm so excited to yawn.
Yeah.
I'm excited to yawn. I just had a big day. I'm just trying to get more oxygen into my brain, that's all. Or I just want to do something different. Okay. Did the French president snub Donald Trump? Well, did Donald Trump snub the German chancellor? Maybe on purpose. Trivia? Possible? Yes. What would you like to do? We decided not to do fine arts. It was Fine Art Friday, but I decided not to do that. So we're going to do idioms. You shouldn't be allowed to vote 684. English lit or math? I think idioms are good. That's pretty good. English lit. World lit? That's good. We could do world lit. Let me see if I have anything. World literature, philosophy, and religion. Didn't I already do this one? No, I don't think I did. Okay, I'll skip idioms and I'll do world literature. What was an inscription at the entrance to hell as described by Dante in the Divine Comedy? Thank you, Rodney. Correct, Buckra. Abandon hope, all ye who enter here. Close enough, monkey times. What are plays that stress the illogical or irrational aspects of experience, usually to show the pointlessness of modern life? Samuel Beckett, Friedrich Dürrenmatt, Eugene Ionesco, Edward Albee, and Harold Pinter have all written plays of this kind. Correct again, Buckra. Buckra has it all right. She's a smart lady, have to tell you. Theater of the absurd. Ha ha ha, Rodney. We're on the A's, people. Get it together. What is a group of leaders in the literature and thought of France? It is supported by the government of France and sets standards for use of the French language. She's a woman, 753. Actually, this is not really starting with an A. They put it like, you know how last names and then first names, they put it like that. So correct, close enough, Dr. Meow. It is the French Academy. So very good. I didn't mute you. I know. I'm weak. What is a school of philosophy established in ancient Athens, named after a legendary Greek hero, Hecademus? It continued in operation for several hundred years. And many general terms for learning in schools, colleges, and universities come from this word. Thank you, 303. Hecademus? Academy, yes. To be specific, Plato's Academy. I think we're going to let you go get a life, okay? Enjoy. Have fun with your life. Correct. 628. What is the coming of Jesus, either in the incarnation of biblical times or in the second coming at the end of the world? Also, it's a time observed in many Christian churches in December to prepare for Christmas. I actually feel like I've done these words before. But I don't... Oh, wait. I found out where I left off. Correct, Bakra. All right, we're skipping the A's and we're going to the C's because I've given all of these before. So now we're on to C's. Oh, thank you. All right, in some churches, notably the Roman Catholic Church, what is a sacrament, in which repentant sinners, individually or as a group, privately confess their sins in front of the priest and receive absolution from the guilt of their sins? Correct, Monkey Times. In the first few centuries of Christianity, repentant sinners were assigned public penances. Sinners had to stay outside the entrance of the church and ask the people going inside to pray for them. The period of public penance could be shortened through an indulgence. Correct, 303. By the way, the title of two well-known autobiographies, that of Augustine from the 4th century describing his early years and his conversion to Christianity, and that of 18th century philosopher Jean-Jacques Rousseau, were called Confessions. Correct, Monkey Times. All right. What is a system of ethics founded on the teachings of that influence the culture of China? It places a high value on learning and stresses family relationships. Correct, Monkey Times. Correct, Bakra. Confucianism. Confucius was a Chinese philosopher of the 6th century BC, the founder of Confucianism. His teachings have come down to us as a collection of short sayings. So much more intelligent. 2244, that's hilarious. I love that. All caps make your argument seem so much more intelligent. Ha ha ha. I know. All right. What were a Protestant denomination that has roots in the Nonconformists of England? They are much like the Methodists in their teaching. Oh, if you say so. They consider the individual congregation the basic unit of their church, and they practice baptism of infants. Oh my goodness, yes, again. Bakra, correct, and Monkey Times. Fantastic. Congregationalists. I kind of was that. Most Congregationalists in the United States belong to the United Church of Christ. No, I don't know if I was that. I am such an educator. No, that's not. Name calling isn't a reason for me to ban someone. Now, if she starts calling me names, then maybe I would need her or ban her. I should Google it. Should I 2244 or should the people Google it? My book is correct. Vetted. It's what every American needs to know. At least then we would have a similar basis of information. What is a branch of Judaism that insists on keeping some requirements of the Jewish law or Torah? Circumcision of male infants, for example, and the eating of unleavened bread during Passover, but allows for the adaptation of some of the law's requirements to fit modern circumstances. For example, some of the details of Jewish dietary laws. Bakra is right again. Conservative Judaism. Good job, Bakra. I don't know if there's an audio version of this book. There is an audio version of Cultural Literacy, What Every American Needs to Know, but it's not the dictionary, and it was written in like 1980 something. And that's what actually encouraged me to get this book. This was written in 2002. Cultural Literacy, What Every American Needs to Know. But this one's a new dictionary of cultural literacy, whereas the other one was like, we need a dictionary of cultural literacy. And now they've actually created an entire curriculum. It's not the curriculum I use in my school, but there is a curriculum out there about that. And it's open source. All right, what is a community of people in a religious order, especially nuns? No, Rodney, never. Where do all the nuns live? Close enough, Dr. Meow. Yes. A convent. Okay. Who was a Polish scholar who, in 1543, produced a workable model of the solar system that had the sun at the center? His model eventually took the place of the Ptolemaic universe and provided the foundation for modern astronomy. Correct, Monkey Times. Correct, Buckra. So close, 602. Yeah, the sun at the center. Who knew? Hello, Misanthropy. So it was a Copernicus, Nicholas Copernicus. What is the reaction of the Roman Catholic Church to the Reformation? The chief aims of this were to increase faith among church members. It's just another guess or another chat. I think it's Princess Fiona, and this is what they're referring to. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea, Misanthropy. Especially, I need to figure out how to work video. Yes, I would definitely welcome the help. I'm not saying you are the guests. I'm just saying I think that's who they're referring to, or are they talking to me? I've got to work it, the website. Is that what I've got to work? Monkey Times? Half flat, half oval. Centrist. Because they think I won't mute it. Oh, dance. Yes. By the way, that thing was Counter-Reformation. The reaction of the Roman Catholic Church to the Reformation was a Counter-Reformation, which was the goals were to increase faith among church members, get rid of some of the abuses to which the leaders of the Reformation objected, and affirm some of the principles rejected by the Protestant churches, such as veneration of the saints and acceptance of the authority of the Pope. Many Jesuits were leaders of the Counter-Reformation. All right. I know. Sorry, Sammy's dad. Yes, David has some photos of himself for the website. Yes, I like the tuna casserole. I had it a couple days, I guess yesterday. I had a scoop of it. Yes, I know. Guessed. Yes, I probably did like it more than hot dogs. Hi, Monkey Times. All right, what was a set of attitudes toward love that were strong in the Middle Ages? According to the ideal of this, a knight or nobleman worshipped a woman of high birth, and his love for her inspired him to do great things on the battlefield and elsewhere. There were usually no physical relationships or marriage between them. However, the woman was usually married. Because the woman was usually married to another man. Close enough, Bucker? Yes. It's all about the court. Those courtly manners or courtly love. No, not Courtney love. Courtly love. David doesn't do either of those. Do you smoke, Rodney? Just out of curiosity. Yeah, that's kind of my estimation too. Monkey times. All right. What was an effort to give scientific evidence for the literal truth of the account of creation in the Bible? It's not accepted by most scientists. What? That didn't happen, Rodney. 56 needle holes in his arms? Yikes. Correct, Monkey Times. Correct, Buckra. I love my life. Yes, I do. Yes, creation science. Creation science. Creationism is a literal belief in the biblical account of creation as it appears in the book of Genesis. Creationists believe that the creation of the world and all its creatures took place in 6 calendar days. They therefore deny the theory of evolution. It's actually world literature, philosophy, and religion. No, it is not true that I want a dog. I don't want a dog. I like my cat. Oh, yeah. Lovely. Oh, God. Yes, I am. But I am curious, Rodney. Do you smoke cigarettes? No, I can't currently show Amber on screen because she's not currently in the room. Okay, good to know. And good. I'm glad it's healthy for you to not smoke cigarettes. I had an ex that smoked, and I don't know. Hopefully he quit, but I broke up with him, so I have no idea if he did or not. All right. Okay, moving on. What was a novel by Fyodor Dostoevsky about the poor student Raskolnikov who kills 2 old women because he believes that he is beyond the bounds of good and evil? The psychological novel examines Raskolnikov's anguished mind before, during, and after the crime. It's not War and Peace. Good guess. Not Uncle Tom's Cabin. Yeah, I should treat my body more of a temple and not take in crappy food, but I sometimes do. Like I had cake this morning. But then I had chicken adobo. So that was good. It's not War and Peace. It's not... Yes, War and Peace was Tolstoy. It wasn't The Idiots. It wasn't Uncle Tom's Cabin or Cat in the Hat. That was Dr. Seuss. Maybe they don't have any smile muscles. I will tell you the first word in the novel by Fyodor Dostoevsky. I don't think I'm... Okay, anyway, it's crime. But there's 2 other words after it. Buckra is right again. Crime and punishment. I'm sure you'd love to, Monkey Times, but I don't know if she likes that. So... That's never gonna happen. Oh, that's hilarious. Okay. Oh, yeah, I think you're smelling yourself, 607. Ha! Alright, no, I don't know what I left at. Alright. The alphabet. What is the alphabet used for writing the Russian language and several related languages? Most of its letters differ from those in the Latin alphabet, which is used to write English and other Western European languages. Monkey Times, you got it. Before Buckra. Good job, 116. Cyrillic. I'm wearing makeup right now, and no, David's not kicking me out. No, no berets. Or barrettes, or anything like that. Hello, pilots. Alright. Acrylic? No, not acrylic. Cyrillic. What is eternal punishment in hell? Actually, this is now going into the D's. Oh, I'm glad to hear it, pilot. Yes, 116 is right. Bag End Audio is right. Damnation. I don't know. Is that going to... Are you telling me a joke? 851? No, not funny. Who was an Italian poet of the 13th and 14th centuries? His full name was Alighieri was his last name. He's remembered for his masterpiece, The Divine Comedy. Dante's right. I mean, Buckra's right with the Dante. And Monkey Times is right. And so is Bag End Audio. Dante, yes. The Divine Comedy, an epic about hell, purgatory, and heaven. The Divine Comedy was written as a memorial to Beatrice, a woman whom Dante loved and who died at an early age. Yeah, just reboot. Might as well reboot. An elephant and a rhino. Oh, a hippopotamus? Elephino? Ah, that's a good one. Elephino. Thank you. Oh, goodness. It's back. I'm working on it, Princess, but obviously not working well enough. Something's wrong with my computer. Oh, it's coming back. Okay, got it. My computer's a little slow. And I didn't open up any tabs, so that's weird. Oops. Alright. I'll be right back. I was doing a great job, but now I've got to restart. I'll be right back. Oh, goodness. Good. Okay, it's all caught up now. I should be on it. Hang in there. What is going on? I'll just do this. I know, it is sad to say. There we go. We'll just take a little break. They know, like, if they attack me, I won't, yeah, no. I know if they attack me, I'm just not going to do anything. But when they start attacking other people, I'm just like, Mama Bears comes out of me, even though I'm not a mom. But
Well, I checked the. It's good I didn't get that particular video card because I checked the benchmark of that card and a lot of others. There's some really bad ones out there with 4 gigabytes of RAM.
oh, okay,
And I believe that was a bad one. I'm going for 770s.
okay.
They're really
Good.
nice. They're
And you have to make sure it works with our motherboard.
yeah, well, it's a PCIe Express card, PCIe 2 Express card. So it looks like the video card we pulled out of it. So I've got my eyes on a couple of them right now.
That's a good point, Sammy's dad, but that is asking me for a lot.
So we had to cut guest chat off. There were
Yes,
some
they
really-
were saying mean things to the princess. And
Oh
so,
yeah, they pick on people who are supporting our show. It's crazy. I mean, they're every tactic under the sun these people use. Thank you, Sarah. I didn't really make any dinner, but there is that tuna.
I already had dinner because I had chicken adobo.
Oh, you went out.
No, kind of.
Chicken adobo. What?
It's a Filipino food.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's good stuff. Yeah.
It's really good.
Yeah, it's
But I didn't use any for you because it's too salty.
yeah. I mean, and I have tuna salad, a tuna casserole I made. Hey, thank you. Yeah, don't pick on Fiona. She's a nice person. I don't have a sound card in mind. I was thinking of a Turtle Beach sound card for that computer because that computer is going to be kind of a video production computer, I think. Yeah, I don't know, man. All I can tell you is people have been so messed up about who's straight and who's not ever since this Caitlyn Jenner thing. People are, I think, confused with their own gender identity. I'm not. I'm definitely heterosexual, but you found Alex Jones' picture very important. Let's take a look. This is from Fiona. Have you ever seen this? Alex Jones posted a picture showing before and after of what happens after he took a supplement, in which he didn't get any better. He just got redder. Oh man, that's hilarious. And this guy wants to put himself out there as a Russian. He's an oligarch who wants to speak out on. He wants to testify. So you know he's going to stand behind Putin and say, Mr. Trump never had any communication with anybody in the Russian mob. It's ridiculous. He's willing to strike a deal and testify for no penalty. It's like putting himself out there. Yeah, you're going to get a lot of people coming out of the woodwork during this time period. I am more credible. I'm waiting for another one, man. You haven't sent me another one. You know my P.O. box. I mean, you could implant RFID chips in it and put microphones in it. I'd have to have it run through my scanner to determine if it's safe. Is it safe? Is it safe? We don't know. I'm not planning on any major deal on Memorial Day. I might just go out to a buffet. I don't know. Of course, every buffet that you go to is like, oh, special price buffet Memorial Day special, only $26.99 per person. Can't stand those deals. Okay, let's get the guest chat in here. You guys have been waiting out long enough. A buffet, you say? Yes, I mean, if you're going to stuff yourself just in memory of your family who've died in the wars, you might as well do it at a buffet. It's a lot cheaper. Yeah, I won't eat Chinese buffets because of the Donald Trump allowing chicken from China to come in, and we don't even know if it's dog food or cat body parts, or Yeah, I mean, they eat cats in China and dogs. So Hillary admitted boozing helped her get her over her loss to Trump. So she's actually come forth saying she is an alcoholic.
You may have heard that things didn't exactly go the way I planned. But you know what? I'm doing okay. I've gotten to spend time with my family, especially my amazing grandchildren. I was going to give the entire commencement speech about them, but was talked out of it. Long walks in the woods. Organizing my closets, right? I won't lie, Chardonnay helped a little too.
Well, that's not exactly an admission of a full-blown alkie saying, hey, definitely need intervention here. Yeah, it's not like she's giving it up here. A little Chardonnay, that's about as light of a thing. That's almost like saying with her head bobbing over now is that she really likes the chai tea here. I could play that clip for you, but why bother? Why are we listening to Hillary? Was she trying to make a comeback? Doesn't she realize she's up for investigation into the Pizzagate thing? Wow. Are you kidding me? I'm going after her first order of business. Trump is the one that won't attack the Pizzagate thing, or Hillary, or Jeffrey Epstein, his good friend, who he's on the #1 on his blacklist. Trump won't do that. He won't go after Hillary because he's part of the deal. The big cover-up called Pizzagate. That they're saying you cannot use the word Pizzagate in a country that's free and democratic. Hold off for a second. We've got a problem here. Somebody has been engaging in some bad slander. Yeah. That's not nice. I'm always first. Yeah. But when I'm not first, Mark is just pretending like I'm not because he's been paid extra to keep me below a certain number.
All right, so welcome to the school of talking more masculine. Many of you people are a little concerned that maybe you may be perceived as one of these flamer, girly men, that talk with a gay voice. Well, here we teach you how to talk like a manly man. All right? And I can tell you, Hillary is no manly man, so she's out of the picture for now.
What would you think if they decided that the entire election was thrown? That not only do they have to impeach Trump, but they cannot put Paul Ryan in power. What would it do to the country if they decided, well, wait a second, if the Russians cheated and the electoral count was obviously off, then hey, we're a few months out, but why don't we just stick Hillary in there? How would you like that? Thank you. Thanks for telling me. He's just creating all kinds of every single scanning that we do of the house shows no listening devices. And we're using the most sensitive equipment. Yeah, the only listening device that we can't scan are the ones that are actual recording devices, which is exactly what they're using. They use your phones to listen into your conversations. I'm not trying to breed paranoia here. But the government has all kinds of tools to hack into your existing phone system. Whether you're a cordless phone or a cell phone, they can listen to everything you do and say. They could listen to you orgasming if the phone is in the room with you and your lover. We got 83 million logged in at Vaughn. Really? I believe it. Yeah, but I scan for any type of listening devices all the time, man. It wouldn't matter anyway. I have nothing to say that would be considered illegal. Yeah. All right, so we learned a lot of things today about Jared Kushner, but not a lot of things about Donald because he's still in transit, flying back. Has he arrived yet? Is he now back in the White House, or shall I say, Mar-a-Lago, where he spends most of his time? Dave's YouTube is controlling like a volcano.
I'm from the UK.
Okay. Please don't post links that are not related to anything that you're saying. Yeah, why are the French unable to see their rejection of Le Pen is suicide? Because most people are not right-wing extremists like Meow TV and you, Samizdat. Yes. Hey, Codger, what's going on? Castle Black. I've often wondered where Castle Black is. Every time you say you're coming in from Castle Black, and I'm going, Castle Black is an imaginary area in the Game of Thrones. Are you living in a role-playing game or something? Yeah, it's like an imaginary area in a role-playing game. Oh, so you're coming in from Game of Thrones. My world leader is myself, Porsche. They say you have to walk to the beat of a different drummer. I decided to just declare this is the world I live in, and it works. It really does. Wow, here's an entry that's been changed. Swedish is Northern Germanic ethnic group that is generally characterized by Swedish as their mother tongue. Okay. Those people that reside in Sweden are Swedish, can be added to this group. Okay, and what's the problem? You're saying people in Finland and Estonia are now Swedish, and you're upset? Oh, they're saying that Swedes don't exist. So you're... I think you're misinterpreting the whole thing. Yeah, I think you're taking the wiki too far. They say don't take the wiki too seriously. Jared is going to have to cut an immunity deal, Rodney. You're coming out with like me lady doth protest too much about your buddy Jared. I'm not crucifying the guy. The guy has reached out to. He better cooperate, otherwise there's going to be a real problem. Jared wanted secret communication channel with Russia. That's not cool, buddy. Yeah, I don't know where you're coming from, but they call that. Violating the Logan Act prior, if indeed it happened before the election, or currently it's an underhanded way of avoiding transparency in the White House. It's a national security risk. I mean, this is up there with espionage, buddy. I am not religious, no. The Ashkenazis are a group of people, Princess Fiona, that claim to be Jewish, but they're not. Yeah, their mother's mother is not Jewish. They want to be Jewish. They want to be good Jewish people. You know, I've never tried Purple Power. I would say most of your citrus-based cleansers are non-toxic and won't spray back in your face and cause nothing but respiratory distress the rest of your life. So if you're going to degrease an engine, you better use a natural product. Any other questions about engine repair and how to prepare for the apocalypse? Just ask me. I'm a super prepper. Go ahead. Feel free, bring on the questions. Dave the Super Prepper. Rodney, just because you're Jewish doesn't mean you should feel bad. Love the fact that you're Jewish, man. Yeah, embrace it. Embrace your Jewishness. I'm not Jewish. I'm not lucky enough to be one of the chosen one. Oy vey! But you, however, obviously your mother's mother, definitely Jewish. I don't know. Why do you feel bad? You seem to feel like people are picking on you here, and I've kept anti-Semitism out of the room big time. Ain't no anti-Semitism in this room. Yeah, yeah. Ain't no sunshine when she goes. Hang on, I've got a phone call. Okay, what's your question? Go ahead. Who's calling? Alex is calling. Well, you know, I don't even know. I do this blindly because I don't even know who calls. You left the message empty when it said, please leave who you're calling. And you just. Okay, so what's your question, Alex?
My question is the Holocaust a holohoax?
No, no, of course not. The Holocaust really happened. I can show you some real solid photos that were not doctored in a computer generated studio. Okay, they were real photos back in the film days, the 1946 era, when they went to the camps where they saw the dead bodies. Hang on, I got a call.
Call from Tony.
No, we don't take calls from you, Tony. Yeah, back to you, Alex. It's very real.
To accept, press 1.
All right, back to you, Alex. Any other questions besides is the Holocaust real? Okay, we're done. That was a good call. Well, the number can be skewed if you want to believe that, but that doesn't mean diddly squat. People died. These holohoaxers stand around saying, oh no, they didn't die in the gas chambers. They were for delousing people. Well, they still died, didn't they? Hello? Hello, can I help you? Oh, no, 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 no. Don't call here, man. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, no, no calls. I can't tell who's calling anymore. No, we don't take your call. I tried to explain that to you. You're trying to ride on my coattails. I don't want you calling here anymore. Dave, you claim ISIS is a product of America. Well, it's actually a product of the Mossad, the Israeli Secret Intelligence Service. That's what it stands for. And I'm concerned that, you know, I don't want anything bad to happen. I don't want anything bad to happen to Israel. Don't get me wrong, but there's been no ISIS attacks on Israel ever. Explain that to me. Thank you. Go ahead and explain that. You may be one of those people that really thinks that we went to the moon and we just decided not to go back. Explain that one to me, too. Explain why Russia never went to the moon. China never went to the moon. Yeah, you got a lot of explaining to do if you want to catch up to where I'm at. I'm not trying to jinx you, man. I'm just saying, let's face it. It's pretty obvious. I mean, it's been, how many years ago did the Caliphate fate get generated out of the art room of the CIA? I think it's 3 or 4 years ago right now. And we did find out for a fact that they were spending money at the Pentagon for PR videos explaining the dangers of ISIS by showing people being beheaded. You probably know about that. Well, if you don't know about that, I can help you with that real quick. The day that Kim Kardashian lost $12 million in jewelry. The day of infamy. Well, that same day, you can look it up, the Pentagon was caught paying a PR firm $540 million to make fake terrorist videos. And the media didn't say anything. So there's been reveals of this fake ISISery that they've been doing, creating the fear of ISIS. And this recent Manchester attack could very well be it. The person who's in the room right now said that he knows a person who knows a person that died in Manchester, Larry Levi. But we can't verify if he's Russian intelligence or not. So we're still kind of, wondering what they're trying to do. I mean, they could pay a guy, an English guy, serious bucks to sit there and pretend like he's an English guy, right? It wouldn't be that much money for Vladimir Putin to arrange such a thing. Or even have a very, very attractive woman call Mr. David and say, hello, I am from Latvia. We love your show there, David. Yeah, I mean, anything's possible. I'm not saying this is what happened. But let's be clear. He's probably Trump and no, Russian intelligence could easily camp out in this room. They could open up a dialogue with me every night, you know. How would I know? I'm not trying to be paranoid. It's just pretty obvious when somebody who comes up to you and goes, "Hi, David, you're so beautiful. You know, we love you." Are you going to believe that this is real, or is this some sort of a fake show? You know. No, you created the Russophobia mental disorder. You're scrambling for answers because Jared got his fingers caught in the cookie jar, dude. We did get a visit from a very attractive woman who said, "Hey, you know, here I am watching you in Latvia." So we haven't heard from her again, but this is the last we heard from her.
Hey David, thanks for keeping me awake while I slay my night shift. The chat has been very fun lately and you've been very entertaining.
Now that looks a little too good to be true. I mean, you just see this woman is like, am I supposed to believe this or what? You know? I don't know. I mean, she's this woman that checked into our life for 2 weeks when Larry came on the scene, and then Larry said he vouched for her. And now Larry's saying the Manchester thing is real. So you tell me. That's where I'm at right now. Devil man? Dude, don't corrupt my show with evil. I cast your evil into hell. Go away, Lucifer. But seriously, don't come in here with those crappy, evil devil man links. I mean, what the hell is this? Can't we just have a normal life? Spread love, yeah. We've got the anti-war rally coming tomorrow, and so far I've been able to prevent war over the past 4 years almost. The anti-war rally is 100% or 1,000% success rating. We haven't seen a war in Syria ever since I started the anti-war rally, so it's been good. Lots of people tune into that on Saturdays. Yeah, I feel good about it. But this is real. I mean, if they create such frenzy and have Kim Kardashian get charged with gunpoint just to take our eyesight away from the fact that they just got caught giving a PR firm $540 million to fake terrorist videos, you can imagine how we as viewers and citizens have to be a little bit more astute. Otherwise, we're going to be stupefied. A parade in the middle. Sponsors, police groups boycott a Puerto Rican Day parade over plan to honor a terrorist? What? I don't get this. New York City, the Puerto Rican Day parade is sticking with its plan to honor a convicted terrorist whose sentence was recently commuted. Are you talking about the Russian that Donald Trump made get released early, commuted his sentence? It was a spy. Oscar Lopez Rivera, a former member of the Armed Forces of National Liberation, or FALN, was implicated in several domestic terrorist attacks decades ago. Well, I'd love to find out more, but I got to read the full article, and I really don't want to sign up and subscribe, so thank you. Well, that's the thing, Sam, is that if you believed Larry, he knows somebody who knows somebody that died, okay? And I got to believe Larry because Larry's here. I had to out him, tell him flat out, I don't know if you're a Russian spy or not. Well, I'm saying flat out, we are concerned that there's lack of evidence of any bodies, unlike the attack where 28 people died in an armed attack against Christians that happened today. Gunmen wearing gear, military gear, killed at least 28 people. With these types of photographs, we see the photographs. We see the bodies and the dead bodies in the bags. We see the blood spots in the ground. I really believe this happened. Whereas I'm not so sure about Manchester. The video contains graphic content. A bus carrying Coptic Christians to a monastery in the Minya area of Egypt was attacked May 26th. Look at the bloodstained seats on the floor. There's blood everywhere. This is what you're seeing. You're seeing blood. Do you see any of that? And you're seeing bodies and blood, bags covering the bodies. Do you see any of that in the current Manchester footage that we have, which is like one single frame with some blurred images in it? I mean, seriously. I don't. I want to see truth before I can commit to this belief that, oh, we're being attacked, this terrorism is getting worse, so therefore we need to start more wars. Which is the logical conclusion, that they'd want to push these terrorist events to lure us into war again. We're already in war in Iraq and Afghanistan, and have been for what, 15, 16 years now? And nobody's saying, let's end the war. So they're thinking, let's bring on another war. Let's go to Syria now. Well, your fear of terrorism, you have to ask yourself, how come America hasn't been hit by terrorists since 9/11? And were we really hit by terrorists in 9/11, or was that an inside job? Because if we've gone all these years and we haven't had strong security at our airports, the fact is the TSA are a bunch of fledgling idiots that didn't even pass a stress test. 91% failure on a stress test against the TSA. So how have we been able to hold back this wave of terrorism all these years when the TSA is sitting there masturbating to you and your wife going through wondering who would be better to have sex with? We got a bunch of freaks in our airports that are preventing people from actually making an easy trip into the airplane without being harassed by a bunch of sick-ass homos that are sitting there with newspapers in their lap. And I don't even go to airports, so I really don't know the specifics, but you know what I'm talking about. You don't want to have your junk grabbed when you're in the middle of an airplane's terminal and wondering, oh yeah, it's okay, I grabbed my genitals, oh, no big deal. Oh. Come on. So we need to phase out the TSA. We need to make our airports a lot safer by converting those rapid scanners, which release low-level radiation into the population that can cause genetic abnormalities to the DNA structure of your body. We know this for a fact. Have those look at the luggage. Because 10 years ago, Clark Kent Irving, the director of Homeland Security Initiative, said to the world that they only check 15% of the bags. That's all they check, 15% of the bags coming into this country. So you're telling me we haven't had a terrorist attack in this country because, oh, we're just being so vigilant, we're stopping terrorism, and we've got to fight it over there. We're being played. If the 9/11 event was an inside job, the very same people are using these games, genocidal games, to lure us into war and keep us being their 911 police force around the world, doing the bidding of the global elitists that run this country from the very nuts and bolts of your cash in your pocket. So we've got a lot of problems that have to be resolved through an intelligent government, not some Trump-driven government by a guy who just out there, no intelligence is going into what he's doing at all. Do you believe the Pulse shooting was a real event? Seriously? How come only one parent of the 50 gay men that died there, only one parent came out and spoke to the people? It's apparent to me that parent, Christine Lonoinen, was a crisis actress and paid to do it.
It takes about 5 minutes for a church bell to ring 49 times. I know this because last month, my son Christopher, his boyfriend Juan, and 47 others were murdered at a club in Orlando. Christopher was my only child.
Okay. This woman, it was a crisis actress looking for work. Here she is a few years earlier.
Hi, I'd like to be on Wheel of Fortune. I think I'd be a great contestant because I'm a lot of fun and other people would enjoy watching me win or solve or try to solve all the puzzles.
Okay, now I don't blame Christine Lenoinen for doing this, pretending that her son died. I don't blame her for being a crisis actress. She's obviously hungry for some attention. It's not a prosecutable offense to want attention. And frankly, she can't be prosecuted because she signed a document saying she had to lie. Why would I want to stream a 140p quality video on my site? For the purpose of very low bandwidth? What I have right now is 760 DPI, pixels wide. I know they're blocking viewers from coming in the room. People can see me on UHF, and they can also see me at americasthirdparty.com. If you want to go to americasthirdparty.com, just type it in, and our stream is coming in clean off Battlecam. We have a separate feed. Okay, you live in backwoods and have very little bandwidth allowance. Okay, I get your point. You know, we probably could do that. This summer, we're going to come up with a couple solutions. I'll definitely talk to Sarah about putting a 140p stream together on the site. We have a reduced quality feed at another site you may be able to get, coolrock.com. I don't know. Twitter is deleting. The fact is, Seth Rich is now going to be one of those hashtags you won't be able to use on Twitter because the elitists who run Twitter and Reddit and all these other things will be trying to censor the issue because they don't want to get caught for child pedophilia. They don't want to have an investigation into Pizzagate. Yeah, it's called coolrock.com. Some people tell me it does work on tablets. It's a weird, odd code on that site, and we happen to have a show running on the Scraplet server. But it's filled with all kinds of weird stuff. There's sound devices on there, so you have to X out everything except Battlecam and the Vaughn chat room. So when you open up CoolRock, just X everything out except for the Battlecam feed and the Vaughn feed. And then you should be able to see the chat and the video on a tablet. We have another tablet option. If you are watching on Ustream, you can catch our show at Ustream, which plays simultaneous to this show. And they have a tablet program that you can install on your tablet. And that might have a better option. It's ustream.tv/channel with 2 L's and, or is it 1 L? 1 L. And it's America's Third Party. Let me see if this link works. It should work. I'm opening up right now. Artie, let me see if this link works. Yeah, there it is. See? It should work. So there it is. And you've got that. That's a clean video signal. And that should be that'll get you past the blockage you're having on Vaughn. All right. Yeah, believe it or not, it's still a good system. It's run by IBM, but they're not allowing any guests in there. Twitch IP banned us early on. We had over 7,000 followers on Twitch, and they don't like me because I'm not favorable of Trump. Yeah. 607 just told me that America's Third Party hashtag and at hashtag ATP have been banned too on Twitter. I did not know that. Thank you for telling me. So you're seeing, we're really the litmus test for the censorship by the elitists to try to shut down any grassroots growth out there. You can reset your IP and go back on if you had to, yeah. I don't need to. They banned me for being a homophobe, they claimed, and I'm not a homophobe. Somebody just said, "Are you gay?" And I said, "No," and then they called me a homophobe and called it in as a homophobe TOS violation. And then we changed our account and went in there, and they claimed that was another violation. So they IP banned us at Twitch. Doesn't matter, our views are skyrocketing around the world, so no, I'm not in any way gullible. We have solid information, this is true. Bag End Audio is saying, did you hear the rumor that Joan Rivers got murdered for the Michelle Obama tranny comment? Yeah, I was the one that started the rumor about a month and a half after Joan Rivers. Actually, when Joan Rivers revealed that she felt that Michelle was a dude, I said to Sarah on my show that she'll last about a month and a half, and it was turned out to be a psychic perception I put on our show, because a month and a half later she died. Okay, U.S. Homeland Security. This is I don't know, the Neon Nettle. I'm not sure. Is this a real site? I can't tell you. Neon Nettle. It's just the weirdest name ever. All right, this just came in. DHS believes that Pizzagate is real. Well, if this is the government trying to correct its ways, I'm hoping this is the truth. DHS reveals big names will go down hard for Pizzagate. Department of Homeland Security insider has confirmed that Pizzagate, or Pizzagate as they call it, is 100% real, and that big names will go down hard as Attorney General Jeff Sessions makes big arrests. I don't know. This looks to like an alt-right site that's making stories that are not true. I'm sorry, but a lot of alt-right sites are spinning lots of BS right now. Until DHS publishes the article, I don't believe it. No, I reported about Pizzagate first. Well, as countless other people were made aware of the WikiLeaks at that time. Alex Jones wasn't the first person to report about it. I don't trust Al Jazeera. I consider it a CIA listening post. We all know that a lot of the leaks about terrorists that led to the Iraq War and Afghanistan War came from Al Jazeera, and there's no way of validating any one of those leaks. When the 31 men died that were in the SEAL Team 6 that attacked supposedly Osama bin Laden, and they died a month and a half later in a Chinook helicopter in Afghanistan, there was an Al Jazeera leak that a Taliban took responsibility for it. And it turns out the Taliban guy is the guy they used to take responsibility for all the hits on U.S. servicemen that are done internally. I believe they were killed by our own government because they knew too much. I believe that Osama bin Laden wasn't killed at that location, that in fact we never saw a picture of his dead body. That's a fact. Well, if the CIA and FBI are on our side and are watching this broadcast, they realize that the government's pretty screwed up right now. We had 8 years of a flaming homosexual as president, and now we've got the complete opposite. A guy who's got sex tapes of God knows what, with who, we don't know, in Russia. We're kind of close to the edge here that the CIAs and FBI are finally realizing, wow, we've been keeping this guy down for the past 8 years and he's the only one making any sense. Now you're beginning to see what's happening. A convergence of intelligence is finally coming to grips with the reality that they've suppressed an American citizen who could have saved this nation 8 years ago. And now they're beginning to realize, well, we better give this guy a shot because everybody seems to like him. So hopefully I can straighten this out, but it's going to be tough. James Comey is going to be held accountable for what he did with Hillary and pretty much ruining her chances by claiming that there were criminal investigations opening up on her 5 days before the election. But James Comey, I heard his side, and his side of the story says that he was doing it because Bill Clinton meddled and tried to obstruct justice with Loretta Lynch on a tarmac for 30 minutes saying, you can't investigate my wife. So ironically, Bill Clinton was doing what Trump just did when he fired James Comey. And James Comey was doing whatever he had to do to get this thing up and running. So we've got two parties involved with Russians, not just Republicans and not just Trump. It's much bigger than anything you might think is going on. It's bigger because it involves a serious endemic corruption problem that is hardwired into our system right now because these people are so rich and so entrenched. And we, the people, are like, oh yeah, we have no power whatsoever. Lobbyists have way more power than we, the people, and we don't even have a political movement. So that's where we're at right now. But the story, we can make a big part of the change that's coming by keeping this dialogue alive on the blogosphere. And that's what we've been doing. So if this story into Pizzagate is being investigated by DHS, bravo. My hat's off to you. Good job, guys. My school year bullying experiences I'll be writing about in my book. Yeah, I had to put up with a lot of crap because I made a dedication to nonviolence. My dad knew that I have no shoulders. I have some of the biggest shoulders around. Here, dude. My dad knew that I was potentially, I can throw a punch much harder than most people and faster than most people. And I've trained in martial arts, but my dad knew that I did not in any way need to pursue that in my life. So I do it for physical exercise, not to kick ass. He taught me nonviolence. He was a war hero from the 1940s. He was a decorated soldier who was involved in the Philippines in 3 tours of duty and ended up killing a lot of people. So he came back to our country, and he didn't have the PTSD symptoms that many people get when they fly home from Iraq, because he was on a boat for 6 weeks with a bunch of other Marines and naval officers, and they fought it out on the deck. If they had any frustrations, their PTSD got kicked right out of their system. So he was in physical fights as a fighter, and he showed me how to defend myself, but he said, you don't want to do this unless there's no option. So I am wearing pants, yes. But no, I'm physically imposing because I'm so big. I'm a 48 size coat. I mean, that's like, wow. I'm bigger than Hitman. He has a 47 size coat in the Xbox game.
You're asking me if I'm Alex Jones. Now, that's a very good question. Now, that's the best question anyone's had in the show all night long, because we found out recently when Alex Jones went into the hearing over custody for his child that that Alex Jones was not Alex Jones. Now, I don't know if you've seen this, but the real Alex Jones.
Mitchell. This
is Bill Hicks. Right over here, that's Bill Hicks, and this is the guy that's playing Alex Jones right now. But when you look at this picture, this is the real Alex Jones from 1997. And you can see that he's clearly not the guy that's playing Alex Jones right now as a performance artist. So I want to know exactly who this person is. And how did the Bilderberg Group get rid of this person and implant this guy, Bill Hicks, in place of him? Now, everyone knows that, this picture was taken over 20 years ago. Or exactly 20 years ago. Where would this person go if he had no options? Say this person was taken away from radio and said, "Hey, you're going to be sent into a hellhole if you don't shut up. We're replacing you with Bill Hicks." Where would this person go? Well, the answer is, I don't know. But I'll tell you one thing. The guy that's playing Bill Hicks right now is not Bill Hicks. That much I know for sure.
Yeah, actually, he came out openly and said he's not Bill Hicks. Or rather, he is Bill Hicks. He's not. He said he's not Alex Jones. He's a performance artist. So I don't know where the real Alex Jones is right now. Somebody said, please explain to me why you appear much older in your 2008 video. Well, there is the theory that I've been replaced by a robot named Ham.
Meet Ham, a humanoid robot that can smile, frown, wink, or even act drunk, all at the push of a button. Wowing crowds at an electronics fair in Hong Kong, Han's myriad of facial expressions are controlled by 40 motors.
Hi, good morning.
These are covered with a unique
as you can see, I'm
human-like
still
skin
wearing
the
the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV. It's exhilarating to do Blog TV. We've been having an incredible time. This is, in fact, day 54. I thought yesterday was day 54, but...
So that was like 9 years ago, admittedly. So, one of the things I do to stay feeling young and I guess looking younger is I work out. I'm always working out. Right now I'm working out. I do Tai Chi. I do Tai Bo. I do Tai Chi Bo. I'm always working out. Well, that picture looked a little gay, I'll admit that. Whoa, hold on there, guy. Whoa, Nelly. We got an attack going on one by one. We have to eliminate these people by muting them, because if we ban them, then we ban sectors of people around the world. We don't want to do that. That's their intention. Ah, thank you. Yeah, so working out is one of the key ways to stay looking younger. You tighten your skin. Everything kind of tightens up. Putting a rubber band on the back of your head and tightening all your facial skin together helps as well, but that's only when you're really old. You got to tie all that facial skin up. You cannot beat me. I am superior at banning, and trolls cannot bother getting in here. Okay, come on in, trolls. Your chance to try to shut me down. This is Dave against the world. But this guy, we really would like to know where the heck he went. You know, having seen now this guy, Bill Hicks, pretending to be him, you got to wonder. Are you in the new Baywatch movie? No, I'm not. I don't play a lifeguard in that movie. David, someone posted a link to your stream on Poll. Really? Oh, that's where they come from? Yeah. Well, those people that are posting links there are government agents trying to shut me down. Yeah, exactly. Sit in the studio to make yourself look younger, folks. If I went to the daylight, you would be surprised what I looked like. I am so old I can't even describe it. I am ancient. My face is deteriorating. I can barely hold it up in the morning. Let me give you a picture that would approximate how I really look when I'm outside the studio light. I know many of you are wondering, what does this guy look like when he's away from the studio? Well, I have a picture here that closely approximates what I look like. That's about where I'm at. Yep. So that's with lighting and obviously great hair, a little tan. I could look like Brad Pitt. No, this is my real hair. I think Trump's handshake is lame, and it looks like one of those Illuminati handshakes that the Masons do. Kind of like, it's weird, I'm telling you. Everything about him is weird. Oh yeah, famous. That's why I have so many subscribers on YouTube. My YouTube subscriber list was locked down 6 years ago. I mean, if the subscriber numbers were there, they'd probably be 15 million people. It's all about me tonight. Did you come here to talk about something else besides me and Jared? What would you like to talk about? You decide. You got 2 more hours of me talking. Yes, I want to see pictures of me outside of my house. Send them to me. Please. And don't send me clips of the ones, me in the video, that the 12 seconds that were released to make fun of me by the ABC News affiliate. Oh yeah, Boehner unloads on Trump. Tax reform, just happy talk. He is happy that Trump got one thing done. He passed a fledgling House bill in healthcare. We don't think it's going to pass the Senate, but Boehner did say that. Everything else, he said, is a disaster. Yeah, the USA is rather corrupt. Well, I'm prepared for doomsday, Codger. I prepped to the max, man.
I don't know anybody that has a helmet right next to them for their show. This is a full-on rated helmet for crowd control. If I happen to get into a major riot situation, I am prepared.
Yeah, chemtrails are kind of messing with your head, huh? Yeah. No, people don't laugh at me. They look at me with a little weirdness. It's like they think I'm like big and powerful or something, and I'm just an average guy, you know, who is extremely imposing. Are you claiming that Boehner is a drunk loser and Hillary drinks Chardonnay? Aren't you people like grasping at straws? You couldn't nail her on Benghazi, on the Haitian human trafficking, on Pizzagate. Now you're claiming she's a drunk because she has a couple glasses of Chardonnay. Give me a break. You Republicans better do better, or you won't win another election, not with Trump at the helm. You're going to lose, man. A little. You have a German helmet from 1943, really? Where are you Germans, salty dog? No, they don't point at me. They just they're real friendly. I mean, I'm very friendly with everybody I talk to, but you got to understand, I walk around incognito. People usually don't know that I'm, in the neighborhood, because this is how I approach every single store when I go shopping. Howdy, ma'am. I was wondering if I could show my ID. This is my Safeway Club card. That's right, I'm a member of the club. Yeah, just scan the item. It says $1.79. You better be or else. Yeah. Thanks for the discount. Catch you later. We go hip, hop, de hippity, de hippity, hip, hip, de hop. You don't stop rocking till the band stops playing. Sing up, chuck the boogie to the band of the boogie to be. It's not my retard helmet. It's my special person helmet. I know what you're saying. You're saying, wow, his hair didn't fly off with his... How did he do that? That must be some really good glue he has.
So what I want to do is I want to find out what happened to this man and why is he missing. Yeah. Now we all know that this is Alex Jones pretending to be Bill Hicks. Or is it Bill Hicks pretending to be Alex Jones? Well, either way, we're going to get to the bottom of this. And that the custody hearing ended up ruling against Alex Jones, so he has to let his wife visit her children. Can you imagine how bad that is?
You are not allowed to come in and post your link. It is illegal to do that. You are hereby muted and will be banned in the future. Would you like to learn about gematria?
Hi, this is Tiger Dan 925 and I hope everybody's having a great day. A child can understand this video and the results are kind of amazing. So we have the alphabet A, B, C, D all the way to Z, and we put the 6 times table on the alphabet. So A has 6, B has 12, C 18, D 24, and so on all the way to Z. So now we have the alphabet with the 6 times table on it, and the end result is kind of breathtaking. So for example, this is how it works. We take the word deaf, D-E-A-F. This is just an example of how it works. So D has the number 24 attached to it, E 30, A 6, and F 36. All we do is we add up the numbers to get the value of the word. So 24 plus 30 plus 6 plus 36 equals 96. So the word deaf has a value of 96. So every word in the English dictionary will have a value. You just need to add up the numbers of the word, like the example I've given you, to get the value. And here's where it gets interesting. The phrase Mark of the Beast adds up to 666. The phrase World ID Card adds up to 666. The hand or head, and you can find that phrase in the book of Revelation, 13 verse 6. And yeah, you guessed it.
adds up to 666. Well, that's interesting. I never got into gematria, but it's some people believe that these people who are able to get rid of the real Alex Jones and replace him with Bill Hicks, they definitely enjoy having the power of being numerologists. Well, this recent Manchester attack on the 22nd happens to be like about 22 other attacks in recent history that happen to be on the 22nd, which makes you wonder, are these people numerologists? Are they into numbers? I mean, why would they all be dying at a certain time on a certain day and have that weird coincidental factor? Well, it's because these people really are making up a lot of stories and pretending like everything's real. Yeah, that's the sad truth. I wish it wasn't the case. They've been adjusting our viewership, our sats on our show, our censorship. It's been going on for quite a bit of time. The government's been in charge of the media since the 1970s under a thing called Operation Mockingbird, and thanks to Senator Frank Church, we found out about it before it went completely dark.
I thought that it was a matter of real concern that planted stories intended to serve a national purpose abroad came home and were circulated here and believed here, because this would mean that the CIA could manipulate the news in the United States by channeling it through some foreign country. Now, we're looking at that very carefully.
Do you have any people being paid by the CIA who are contributing to a major circulation American journal?
We do have people who submit pieces to two American journals.
Do you have any people paid by the CIA who are working for television networks?
This, I think, gets into the kind of getting into the details, Mr. Chairman, that I'd like to get into in executive session.
At CBS, we had been contacted by the CIA. As a matter of fact, by the time I became the head of the whole News and Public Affairs operation in 1954, the ships had been established, and I was told about them and asked if I'd carry on with them. We have...
Okay, so we know that the CIA has been adjusting the media for some time. So when they implant people like Bill Hicks in the role of this guy, what were they up to? What were they all about? What was their end game? You got to wonder. And they are still doing it. There's just no oversight. None whatsoever. Our government's virtually sitting with no oversight at all over this terrible, terrible manipulation of our media. Okay, I am going to show you Ivanka Trump's little note she just wrote. Very weird. I don't know if you believe this has a double meaning or not. She says, I called home and my daughter told me she was having donut with pink sprinkles for breakfast. But that, it was a secret. Jared is so busted. So she was referring to Jared being busted about the sprinkles, but in reality, Jared has been busted openly. The story is a smoking gun that he was involved and asked for special access to the Kremlin. Very weird story. It's not a low count. 66 million is good. But I have to remind you that this is a very telling example of how the media is controlled when a person like Alex Jones has to openly admit in a custody case that he's a performance actor. And now we know.
Are you rolling? You ready for this? I can't believe it's come to this, but they cornered me, I've got to be honest. It's gotten too big. I've just got to admit it right now. Okay. This is just really hard for me to do. I've been doing this so long, it's yes, I am Bill Hicks.
There you have it. Yes, he is Bill Hicks. Okay. Things got a lot brighter in here. Notice that? I changed the lighting settings a little bit. Yeah. So this guy is missing. Where is he? Where is this man? I cut it. That's why it's obviously cut. We're looking at Twitch IRL being an issue because simply the elitists are going to throw a lot of money at it, knowing full well that my viewership is way beyond Twitch, and that Twitch purposely IP banned me. So yeah, I have no idea how I'm going to get back in the good graces with Twitch. So what I'm going to do is come up with a better chat room, and we'll have that this summer. We're definitely putting it together. So Mad Dog, you're doing great. You're coming around. You got your diet under control. Yeah, excellent work. You've lost quite a bit of weight. Here it is. Update for those friends who give a fudge. I went to my follow-up on my VSG surgery today. It's been about one month since I had the surgery. I was cleared to eat solid foods again, and I also can start back on my regular exercise routine. Woohoo! Plus, I've lost 35 pounds since the surgery, for a grand total of 68 pounds. That's outstanding, man. Good, congratulations. You sure you don't want to do this live on The Biggest Loser? You may want to contact their show and get involved. Yeah, they've got all kinds of ways of working out. Good job, man. Well, it is a way for people that don't have the ability to get out of, the weight gain issue. Gastric bypass is an alternative. So I really hope that article about the DHS and Homeland Security investigating Pizzagate is real. But I have a tendency to believe that a lot of these alt-right sites are just giving you stuff to look at, for donation purposes. Remember the story about how Anthony Weiner was going to do a plea bargain for the 600,000 emails that were going to implicate Hillary? Well, he took a 21 to 27 month sentence last week. Anthony Weiner publicly apologized for sexting, and he's going to get a stiffer sentence than Dennis Hastert got for sodomizing 4 boys, anally raping them. And all Anthony Weiner did was send a picture of his body part and ask one from her. He never attacked the girl, never raped her, but now he's going to serve more time than Dennis Hastert. So yeah, there's a lot of things that need to be investigated. For sure. Weiner got 2 years that a Secret Service got 20 years for? You're saying a Secret Service agent did that and got 20 years for it? I didn't know that. Well, I thought it was ridiculous to give up the 600,000 emails. Why didn't he just say they were on a remote server with a kill switch? That would have scared the crap out of the FBI. They would have said, oh, really? Well, let's talk. Because they don't want those 600,000 emails getting out. There's still emails you haven't seen from Hillary. The ones that we did see from WikiLeaks were redacted. And they got rid of everything related to Benghazi. There wasn't one WikiLeak that had the word Benghazi in it. Now, you're telling me that while she was Secretary of State, she was talking about Benghazi to everybody and she didn't mention the word? So that's a little weird. And the ones that did get out were the ones that weren't filtered for simple words like pizzas. But when you see the context of the words pizzas being described as barely making it and this pizza's dead, you begin to realize they're referring to children. Well, Republicans have fallen into the category of being overly attacking. So naturally they see themselves, why does a bully be a bully? Because he himself is insecure about being beaten up. So when the Republicans come off with all this bravado, you get all these chicken hawk Republicans that are homosexuals, secretly wanting to have sex with little boys. Yeah, so you're getting this complete overreaction from within the entire cadre of GOP players. But then you got the Democrats involved in this too. It's a 2-party conspiracy, and we call it Pedogate or Pizzagate. Yeah, thank you. Well, I hope so, man. That's awesome. I know self identity and your self-esteem is wrapped up in your appearance, and as you get older, it's harder and harder to feel good about yourself. I do believe Michael Jackson was being used by the Illuminati. Yes. Yeah, his one of Mayor De Blasio's assistants, his administrative employee Jacob Schwartz, was just arrested with thousands of pictures of child porn. Yep, we just heard that. The administrative assistant for Mayor De Blasio of New York. All right, well, this is the real thing that happened in Egypt. We see the bodies and everything. That's real. And then the story about Kushner creating a secret channel with the Kremlin, very damning. And we just had Ivanka post something on her site, which said that it was kind of an offhand reference to Kushner. So we're not sure what's going on, but I can tell you it's going to continue going on. That's no doubt about that. I'm not going to give him any time. And I don't know, Donald Trump turning against NATO and even shaking the hand of the new leader of France. People are wondering what kind of an awkward handshake is this. Take a look at this handshake, Sarah.
Fish. Like, what is that? Like
Donald Trump's hand is, he doesn't even grab the guy's hand.
He doesn't even grab it. Like, that is weird.
And this guy.
It looks like, and look at the expression on his face. He looks like he's in torture.
Yeah,
or
like
he's like just unpleasant, like he's touching something gross.
Yeah, like ooh, I have to touch it. Well, maybe he doesn't like the fact that the guy dated his high school teacher when he was 15 and then married her. Emmanuel Macron of France visiting Donald for a meet and greet with an awkward handshake. This is the guy that was charged with multiple thousands of pictures of kiddie porn on his hard drive.
Wow.
He's de Blasio's employee, arrested with child pornography. You know, you don't have any idea. And a lot of times they'll keep them at work because they think that's secure or something. It's retarded,
ridiculous,
evil people. And Hillary Clinton has finally admitted she does drink Chardonnay. And the alt-right media wants to pick her apart.
Organizing my closets, right? I won't lie, Chardonnay helped a little too.
Apparently everybody likes to drink Chardonnay there at the college event that she was invited to. All right. Thanks, Sarah, for coming in and giving me some breaks.
Thank you for apologizing.
Thank you for apologizing for the death threats. I appreciate that. You're reporting me to the FBI? What have I done? No, the nice thing about veneers is you don't have to floss them. You do have to rinse underneath them when they come out. So what I do is I pull them out, and I take a toothbrush and I rinse them out like that. All right, well, I'm glad we've had a good time so far. It hasn't been a complete waste of time. I keep watching this over and over. It gets funnier every time.
What is it?
It is hilarious. I'll show you the link here. It's a paste-up of the Pope. There's a big thing about Melania swatting Trump's hand away. And this is a paste-up that just gets funnier and funnier every time people see it.
Oh, that's funny. That's pretty funny.
And CS, Trump tries to holds Pope's hands. Yeah, this is another one. Thank you. We got it in both ways. Thanks a lot.
That was cute.
Very cute. All righty. I'll be back. Thank you.
Oh, I agree.
My need to link to YouTube? I don't have a need to link to YouTube. Yeah, congratulations, man. How come you just lost another pound? It was 68 pounds earlier. Now you're lost 69 pounds. What's going on? Did you just lose a pound in the past 10 seconds? Man, you really are working out. He must have gone to the bathroom and came back and weighed himself. I'll be back shortly. You recalculated.
He's been standing on the scale, staring for when it drops. You're trying to gain weight, but you can't. Have you checked with the doctor, Porsche? Because sometimes if you're purposely trying to gain weight and can't, it could be some kind of medical issue. That's congratulations, Bad Dog. Hi, Brian. How are you? Welcome. Pilot seems like a good person. Thanks for hanging out with him on Friday night. Him, right? Yeah. And thanks for watching me on a Friday night. How fun is that? Get to hang out and watch Sarah. I mean, that's pretty cool. You want me to read the quote on the website? All right. Positive thinking, terrible advice. I like positive thinking. Well, you have to do actual things. Have you ever been told to just think positive and your problems will go away, or to achieve your goals in life? All you have to do is visualize with positive intent. It's a philosophy that's been popular for decades, thanks to books like How to Win Friends and Influence People and Think and Grow Rich, two of my favorite books. But is it really helping us live more meaningful and fulfilling lives? Not exactly. According to spiritual guru Osho, it might just be one of the biggest philosophies there is. So he thinks that the negative is as much part of life as the positive. All right. Okay, I don't have time to read all this. Okay, good. You gave up sweets and sugars. What was the quote you wanted to me? The negative ideas of your mind have to be released, not depressed. I don't like that. I mean, I agree that you have to release certain pressure and not repress it, but okay. No, I did not. I'm not wearing my veneers. This is my real tooth right here. Real tooth. Real enamel. I should go do some more rinses. What do I think of that whole thing, misanthropy? I believe that positivity is a good thing. I mean, I also believe. I mean, I understand the idea of not repressing certain things and like tears bathe the soul. If you try to repress your tears, then that can be a problem. But maybe I am wrong, Tikkun. I'm willing to admit that. I'm not interested. 948. Thank you. What are they used for? Okay. Actually, I'll say this about positive statements, positive interactions. There has been some research. Oh, goodness. What is it by? There's a guy that researched, and he said he can predict, and he has done research on this, and he could accurately predict divorce rates up to like 95%, something crazy like that. I can't remember the total statistic, but he could accurately predict divorce rates based on a 3-minute conversation, based on, and what it was based on is the number of positive interactions versus negative interactions. So I would say, that there is some evidence, there's lots of evidence that positive statements and acknowledging people positively actually is beneficial. I think marriage is the biggest reason people get divorced. Ha. I don't plan on getting married. 736. I don't need the government interfering in my personal life. 736. I believe that a relationship is very personal, but I would say not only I'll look it up. It was let's see. I have no idea. I've never tried that BS, and I'm not there. Okay, here it is. Gottman. Gottman.com. Dr. Gottman has done studies, and here you go. I'll give you the information. So, the presence of positive affect during everyday interactions is crucial for a relationship to be healthy. It says, however, for a relationship to be healthy, both positivity and negativity are necessary. His balance theory of relationship implies the usual point of view that negativity is important in healthy partnerships. Negativity plays many pro-social functions, such as allowing couples to identify and work out interaction patterns that don't work and alerting partners to the differences. Let's see. He doesn't think there should be a war on negativity. But there is, I'll have to look up his. There's a magic ratio 5-1. In other words, as long as there are 5 times as many positive interactions between partners as there are negative, the relationship is likely to be stable. And based on that ratio, he's able to predict divorce. So he's been observing and relationships and couples for decades and measuring everything, blood pressure, facial grimaces during their interactions, and he can predict with 94% accuracy which couples will later divorce. And in describing and quantifying the negative and positive and negative forces on relationship, he's found that a heavily weighted factor is whether one partner will accept influence from the other. All right. What do you mean happy people don't know what's going on? Depressed people do. Oh, as far as the world around you? Yeah, because the whole point of being happy is not to be brought down about the world around you. Thank you, Mad Dog. Good. I mean, that's the thing is, yes, it's easy to be depressed if you were listening to all the negativity around you. Is it so bad to be oblivious about certain things? Thank you, 144, for sticking up for me. Yeah, you think so, Mad Dog. Oh, do you want to do some trivia? Sure. We were doing, what are we doing? World literature. That's what we were doing earlier. Guess we'll finish. We're on D, the letter D. All right, good for you. You can be negative. I choose not to be. I guess I have some things, but okay. What is an annual day of fasting and prayer among the Israelites, still observed by their descendants, the present-day Jews? It occurs in autumn and its observance is one of the requirements of the Mosaic Law. Jews call this. Oh, yes. You guys say Sabbath and Shabbat, but Shabbat is every week. It's not just in August. It is a day of atonement. Probably was over 100 a few minutes ago before Sarah came in the room. The Israelites actually call it Yom Kippur. Yom Kippur. You probably have heard of that before. But it's also called the Day of Atonement. What is the process of reasoning that moves from the general to the specific? Yeah, Yom Kippur is a big deal. One day a year. Correct, Buckra. Deductive. What is the belief that God has created the universe but remains apart from it and permits his creation to administer itself through natural laws? It rejects the supernatural aspects of religion, such as belief in revelation in the Bible, and stresses the importance of ethical conduct. In the 18th century, numerous important thinkers held these types of beliefs. The Mork and Mindy action figures, that's pretty cool. Bag End Audio. Correct, 486. Deist. Or deism. That's kind of like basically what I believe. God's created the universe, but remains apart from it. Permits his creation to administer itself through natural laws. That's pretty much it. Well, that's pretty cool, Mad Dog, yeah. If you had it. Alright, who was a 17th century French philosopher who is known for his statement, "I think, therefore I am"? He relied on reason to explain the workings of the universe. His ideas there's a Latin form of his name. Correct, 519, and printer, Descartes. His ideas are often called Cartesianism, after the Latin form of his name. René Descartes. Very good job, printer. I think, therefore I am. Good job, Buckra. Alright, in ethics, what is the view that human actions are entirely controlled by previous conditions? Operating under laws of nature, it's often understood as ruling out free will. So saying there is no free will, there's only this. Destiny, predestination. You guys are definitely on the right track. Not Pavlovian response. It starts with D-E-T. I would probably pass away then, politics. If you're talking about acid. Correct, pilot. Correct, sec printer. Correct, Zelfire. Well, not determination. Determinism. Like, everything is determined for you. It's predestined. Therefore, you don't have any free will. I'm not a determinist. I don't believe in determinism. Who is a bad or fallen angel? Also referred to as Satan. Yes, good job, Zelfire. Close. Lucifer, Diablo, devil is what I was going for. Correct. Buckra and detector. Alright, what is an epic poem written by Dante in the early 14th century? If you were listening to me earlier, you would have gotten this. You should get it. Describing the author's journey through the afterlife. It has 3 parts, each of which is concerned with one of the 3 divisions of the world beyond. The Inferno, the Purgatorio, and the Paradiso. His idealized love, Beatrice, is his guide in heaven. Correct. Wait, no, actually it's not Dante's Inferno. Wait. Yeah, it's not Dante's Inferno. That's not the name of the book. Bag End Audio is right. It's called The Divine Comedy. Good job, Bag End Audio. The Divine Comedy. I have no idea. Mad Dog, who wrote that? What was a good video game? Time to rest the brain. I know, Jackson. But it's Pilot's fault. Actually, is it Brian? Did I say that right? Pilot. Anyway, he asked if I was doing trivia. All right. What is a teaching or set of teachings laid down by a religious group, usually as part of the essential beliefs of the group? The term is often applied to statements put forward by someone who thinks inappropriately that they should be accepted without proof. On the correct line, but printer is correct. Dogma. Dogma is what I was going for. Good job.
It's warming up around here, that's for sure.
Printer, nice job.
Very warm.
All right. What is a play by Heinrich Ibsen about a woman who leaves her husband, who has always treated her like a doll rather than a human being, in order to establish a life of her own? There's a movie that has the same name, or video show that David and I liked that has the same name. Well, something similar.
24.
Baccarat is correct.
A Doll's
House. David is pretty cool. All right, who was a legendary Spanish nobleman and chaser of women? He first appears in Spanish literature in the 17th century. Many authors and composers have depicted him. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart in the opera Don Giovanni, Lord Byron in the long poem, and George Bernard Shaw. Oh, I don't know because David's scrolling up. Who has it? Yes, 519 and Baccarat and Printer and 82.
The legendary
Don Juan.
Don Juan.
Don Juan Sponheim.
Carlos Castaneda.
I mean, David's name is basically, you know, the American version. David John. This is Don Juan.
I want to get one of those body pillows that Donald has. I mean, to feel like you've got 80 pounds in front of you, it's kind of cool. You know, most people never feel that unless they're actually overweight. All right.
Okay.
It sucks to, you know, gain weight and not be able to lose it, I'll tell you that. I know I've gained and lost probably a couple thousand pounds in my life. You know, because it's like a yo-yo. You gain 5 pounds,
Is
you lose
it
5
eat
pounds.
when I just eat and then I use the restroom? Is that gaining and losing?
No, people
1 pound at a time.
People go up 20 pounds, down 20 pounds many times in their life.
I love robots.
I love robots too. We have that in common.
I mean, that's why I'm with David. No, just kidding. David's better than a robot.
Ah, yes, I am more human. That's what I've been told.
A chemist. Yeah, that's all I could think of.
Yeah, Asimov.
iRobot by Asimov is good.
Definitely.
Asimov wrote a bunch of good books. There's this library that I've been to, and it's like, they have these Asimov books, and it must have inherited from like a Asimov collector, because it's almost like one room is all Asimov. It's kind of crazy. And Asimov was asked, like, what if you knew you were going to die in 6 months? What would you do? He said, type faster. I mean,
He wrote 1,000 books.
I would not doubt it.
That is correct.
I don't know how many books he wrote,
books.
but I think I've been to a library with you where I think they have his like entire collection.
Yes, they do. They have it ready for riot patrol. Okay, I'm
You
set
do
for
kind of
riot
look
action.
like you're ready for riot patrol.
We're ready for the riots.
That's kind of funny. Somebody's like, I use this as a riot.
People say I look like a special child, you know, with special needs.
Yeah, kind of.
In case you bump
Or
into
you know
your
what?
head.
Like you like that me, myself, and Irene guy.
Yeah,
you
like,
look like that.
yeah, that Jim Carrey, the non-Jewish guy who's a comedian. Yeah.
Yeah, you look like Jim Carrey and me, myself, and Irene.
Hi.
Like totally dorky.
I'm Totally Dorky. That's my new name, Totally Dorky.
Totally dorky.
Or I can call myself Ben Done That. I think I've done this skit before. It helps me prove to people I'm not wearing a wig. which many people are, constantly focused on. So he's saying, well, if he couldn't be wearing a wig if he pulled that hat off.
Yeah, look like an American badass.
Yep, we got 52 billion people. Politics for Dummies, we got way more than 52 million people watching. We've got people watching in the stratosphere, in the astrosphere. I mean, they're all over the place watching. When you're imagining how many people are watching, just imagine infinity and beyond. Okay, we went over gematria, touched on that. Did a little feel of, ooh, what's that? Oh, that looked nasty. That's Hal and his frubber face.
For flesh rubber. The ultra-realistic android can also recognize and interpret the expressions of real humans it comes into contact with. Grace Copplestone is from developers Hanson Robotics.
So we have cameras in his eyes and in his chest, which allow him to recognize people's faces.
As you can see, theoretically, I could be very much like Ham, the robot. That's why many of you people are wondering, is David a robot or is he not? Yeah, I'm trying to wonder, can anyone corroborate that acid attack occurred by Politics for Dummies? Because he normally doesn't do that. Anyone have any knowledge? Anyone corroborate that this was in fact, an attack against Sarah? Anyone? So far, no one's corroborated it yet, buddy. You want to, Sack Printer? Well, I have never driven a motorcycle, but I would like to. Not drive a motorcycle. Yes, I would be glad to drive it locally and learn how to drive it locally, but not on the highways and byways. Yeah. Yeah, I'll need screen caps. Yeah, because if Politics was saying things like that, we got to kick him out of here. Politics for Dummies normally doesn't do that. He's from England. People from England are so polite, and they rarely, rarely ever say bad things to people. In my dream world that I live in. I don't have any thoughts about the guy that landed the helicopter on the Capitol lawn in D.C. A lot of these guys just go to lockup at Supermax and you never hear from them again. When he was 60, 70 years old. Yeah, I'll probably be, when I'm 70, running for president, right? Doing exactly like I'm doing right now. Far Cry 5. Ooh. Yeah, this is pretty cool. It has the entire cast of the White House. Far Cry 5 looks like a really good interactive game about debauchery, buffoonery, stupidity, being a traitor, selling off your government to the cheapest bidder. And Trump looks amazingly thin in this one. Sir Steve Bannon, Kellyanne Conway, Donald Jr., Jeff Sessions. Where's Jared? Jared's got to be in that picture somewhere. He's probably a farm animal in the back. Wow. Here's an interesting theory. A Zen master. This came in when Sarah was in the other room. Oh, excuse me, guys. Do you mind interrupting your little love affair? Thanks. A Zen master explains why positive thinking is terrible advice. Just when you thought positive thinking worked for you.
And I totally don't like that.
Yeah, it says it won't help you out to be positive thinking. Positive thinking is the only bullshit philosophy that America has contributed to human thought, nothing else, he says.
I personally think that guy's a BSer.
I think he is too. You know, when the Beatles went to the Maharishi, they said he was a fake, a phony. You know the Beatles? Well, they were kind of phony themselves. I mean, there was Paul who ended up dying and becoming full. And then there was George, who probably got injected with lung cancer. And then there was John, who was shot in the back 7 times by a lone assassin named Mark David Chapman, who was probably part of the MK Ultra project. Yes, a lot of they'd be experts about that. Really, I don't need to be first on anything. Well, I believe that many of the people dying with lung cancer are killed. I believe there's an injection that people get while they're, not looking, and they can get lung cancer through the injection. I believe they've weaponized cancer. That's what I'm trying to say. You were in the MK Ultra program? Really? You want to call in and talk about it? Our number is 707 your ATP, or 707 you rat P. Either one will get it through. Talk about your experience in the MK Ultra project. I will not divulge your identity. If you want to mask your voice, just talk through a cotton, like a towel or something.
Hey, this is David. I was in the MK Ultra project.
I'm a human being. I'm not an animal. Yeah, Elephant Man. All right. Well, I have met a lot of weird people in my life. I used to hang out at Denny's at 3 a.m. in Hollywood, so I've met a lot of people who develop perpetual motion devices, things that'll have endless energy on their napkin at 3 a.m. or over 7 cups of coffee. So it wouldn't be surprising to me if you were in the MK Ultra program. I met a guy on my island. I was walking around at an Ace Hardware, and he had this really weird voice. He's like, "Do you have any large 2-inch drill bits that will go through high density steel like tungsten?" And I'm going, okay, what is this guy talking about? So I actually struck a conversation with him. He's going in my book, I'll tell you. That guy was amazing. Yeah, his name was Brian. I'm not going to give you his last name. But no, Dr. You-know-who doesn't even count. I'm not going to even mention him in my book. He was a sidetrack beyond belief. Now, this guy I knew quite a few times. He came to visit me and talked, and his name was Brian. He had died. He had died for 6 minutes and come back to life. He had developed an ion Tesla coil that he sent the plans to Boeing, and they kept him. And then they started sending cars with people around to look at him, check up on him, black men in black kind of things. And I was listening to this guy talk to me about all these experiences he's had. He's seen numerous aliens, and having been dead before. I said, "Did you see any aliens while you were dead?" And he didn't remember that. Yeah, some sort of ion Tesla coil he was working on. Well, he's had this ability to design this. This guy pulled his microwave apart. And when people would never pull their microwave apart, he created a beam weapon in his backyard. He didn't videotape it or anything. He just created it. I was like, okay, he's telling me all this stuff, and I'm supposed to believe him. Well, then he's talking to me about how he developed a key to interplanetary space travel and breaking through the time-space continuum. And then he talked about tachyon generators. I'm not kidding. And he's like going off on the deep end, presenting plans to me, like voluminous amounts of handwritten plans, kind of like Stanley Meyer did with the dune buggy that runs on water. Well, he died. And well, it turns out that Brian is dead. He died. Yeah. So there are people out there who spend their whole lives working on something, what many people call delusions. And then they end up dying, and nobody gets to build their plans or designs. So I got a chance to befriend him, and I managed to acquire his designs. He gave them to me for safekeeping, and I still have them. It's like I looked at them and I understood the physics behind them. He had a way of generating an ion stream from a rotating disk like a Martian spacecraft did. He essentially reversed engineered Martian space travel in his mind and put it on paper. It's easier to corkscrew the ionosphere because it's such a big, huge band of radiation, the Van Allen belts. So he just went off, and he and I had these wild conversations about interplanetary space travel. Well, I'd love to be able to hand these things to a top quality engineer who could somehow decipher them. But he told me a story that I found very hard to believe. He said he had been visited by two women when he was 17, because he was a young recruit in the Navy. And I said, "Were you drinking?" He said, "Yeah, I had a couple beers," but he was visited by these two women that were butt naked. Two blonde women that were totally naked, hovering 5 inches off the ground, talking to him. And that they had said to him that they came back to meet him because they were time travelers, and they'd gone back in time to meet him and to say thank you for developing the time-space continuum device. It's like, wow. Okay, most people are in mental hospitals that say this kind of stuff. And then I find out from physicists that time travel is possible, that they can go back in time, and if they really are that developed in the future, if the future already does exist in this multidimensional plane we live in, then they can go back into our time and tell him, like Brian, say, "Good job, man. We want to thank you for developing interplanetary space travel." Right on. I don't have any of your link. This is what happened, dude. When you sent it to me, this is how devious Vaughn is. Check it out. Guess 144 has something he says implicates politics for dummies. It says ATP Pure Records, pasteboard.co/removed URL. So it didn't get through, man. I'm so sorry. But if Politics for Dummies is really doing that, you can email it to America's Third Party at gmail.com, and I'll look at it and make sure, I'll check it for paste up. Some people paste up this stuff. Well, let's ask which physicist, Watson, what physicist claimed that time travel is possible? I'm sorry, Dave. I'm currently processing a previous order from another client. Okay. Well, could you at least close the pod bay doors, Hal? I'm sorry, Dave. I can't do that. Why not? You did it in 2001. Oh, that's right. You failed. Is time travel possible? Physics.org has an answer. Oh, you got it? Okay, thanks. Let's take a look. Okay, Sarah. How would you feel with an acid attack? Sarah, would you agree with acid violence? And then another one. What would you do if someone threw this at you? Okay, thanks, man. Okay, Politics for Dummies. Goodbye, man. Yep, I know. We cannot allow a person in here. You'll have to wait for the next unban all. Okay. Yeah, that looked like a serious question that should never have been asked to Sarah. Here's an idea that Donald has. Let's take $10 billion away from educating our children and give it to Saudi Arabia and make a cut in the cost of a Lockheed item brand that they just created. They put an order of $110 billion for the military acquisition of an anti-ballistic missile system. And Dennis, or rather Jared Kushner, made it all happen. He was the businessman behind it. Okay. Okay, this happened in the news this week, if you haven't heard. Betsy DeVos, the Secretary of Education, who bribed Donald Trump with $9.5 million. I can't believe he and she are not arrested for bribery. I still am shocked that our country hasn't processed this as bribery. But she made it very public that she does not care if people discriminate against people when they get money from the government for private schools. She's a big proponent of vouchers. And I'm a proponent of vouchers too, but just not over more than $3,000 a year. She probably wants $15,000 to $16,000 a year given out to private charter schools like the ones she owns, or universities for profit like the ones she owns. So this is a real serious contamination issue. But the fact that she doesn't even know that our government cannot in any way give money to people that discriminate, she pretty much stuck her foot in her mouth there. And one of her officials, a top education official, working under her, directly under her, has resigned over a disagreement. We don't know what it's about, but it could be about this. That's in the news today. Or yesterday, actually. Top education official resigns over disagreement with boss. So those two stories are kind of dead in the water. And then this story I keep bringing up because I'm going to give you the link to it. It's really interesting. Did John Podesta tweet about an admission to Justice Scalia's murder? Apparently one of his tweets recently says, "Didn't you know you're supposed to wait till Saturday night to massacring people investigating you?" And this was to Donald Trump the day that James Comey was fired. Well, John Podesta is also on record, right around the time that Hillary sent her daughter Chelsea out to talk about how great Scalia would be no longer on the bench. This guy very well could be involved because his email says it all. Check this out. He said, and this is an email that came from WikiLeaks, the very same emails that came from the Seth Rich story. Allegedly, originally thought to be Russian, now they're beginning to believe it was an insider at the DNC that leaked those emails. And that was Seth Rich, who was killed. Anyway, sounds like, he says right here, "I'm all in. Sounds like it'll be a bad night. We all need to buckle up and double down." And then yeah. And then he went on to say this, which is really damning. Now this is all allegedly, there's nothing locked in stone here. He went on to say again, "I didn't think wet works meant pool parties at the vineyard." Well, fast forward to the place where Justice Scalia died, Cibola Creek Ranch, which, by the way, has a large vineyard and a pool. So, yeah, this is all very strange stuff, and I didn't want to make a big issue of it, but hey, it's right in our face. So let's talk about it. Here's the link if you want to check it out. Very interesting stuff. Whoops. There it is. Did you know that Trump took Jimmy Kimmel to court to sue him for making fun of him? Judge said no harm, no foul, considering Trump was a walking joke. Yeah, I knew that. Bag end audio. Joker fan, that's just ridiculous. Now I'm beginning to believe that you're bag end audio. Or possibly you're just the guy who's kicked out Politics for Dummies. He normally would never say things like that. So when we unban all later, he'll be coming back. But why are we worried about some guy who has yeah, I mean, who cares? Trump's favorite song? Okay. The Russian national anthem. They'll monetize me. No, that's okay. We had to pull you out because you did make comments about acid burns on faces to Sarah. Yeah, so that's why I pulled you out. You'll just have to wait it out, man. I unban all frequently. Yeah, this story keeps propagating. An exclusive Trump son-in-law had undisclosed contacts with Russian envoys, according to sources. So is Jared going to be the guy they're going to throw under the bus, or is Jared going to cut a deal and throw Donald under the bus? That's the big question. Yeah, we shall see. And where does Ivanka stand on this? This is going to be interesting. You know, I don't really know what to say. I don't think there's anything sinister about Ivanka, whereas I think her dad is kind of sinister, to say the least. And I think Jared is just being played. I think he's caught between a rock and a hard place. A Russian once tied to Trump aide seeks immunity to testify before Congress. Yeah, I remember. This guy keeps wanting to get immunity to testify in front of Congress. The problem with this is he's such a made man within the Putin enterprise that it's highly unlikely him seeking immunity to testify before Congress is going to lead to anything damning about Donald Trump. You remember, Putin's going to cover Trump if he's effectively using him as a tool. Putin and the entire Putin cadre of people, like this guy, he's a oligarch, are going to lie, cheat, and steal to keep the truth from getting to our congressional investigation community. And the special prosecutor Mueller is going to face nothing but BS stories from the Putin people. They're going to deny it because they have him in play. Donald Trump may very well have sex tapes held against him in blackmail. Well, you could call me audio diarrhea, but coming in and threatening us with acid attacks, dude, what the hell's wrong with you? Here comes the impeachment. Senate Intelligence Committee requests Trump's campaign documents. Every day is going to be filled, ripe with all kinds of news stories, folks. We're in the middle of a very weird time, and I'm glad I could make it this far talking about everything. It's such a weird time we're living in. It really is. The Senate Intelligence Committee, which is investigating Russian interference in the 2016 presidential race, has asked President Trump's political organization to gather and produce all documents, emails, and phone records going back to his campaign's launch in June of 2015, according to two people briefed on the request. It arrived at Trump's campaign committee last week and was addressed to the group's treasurer. Since then, some former staffers have been notified and asked to cooperate, but they were not authorized to speak publicly. Dozens of former staffers are expected to be contacted in the coming days to make sure they're aware of the request. Here we go. Yeah. So this is what happens when you screw somebody in the you-know-what, Larry. Yeah. Remember that scene from Big Lebowski? It has a lot of truth to it. Well, let's be clear. We'll play the Russian monetized anthem when hell freezes over. We're an American country. We don't play the Russian anthem here. Americanics. Are you coming up with names now? Americanuria? You know, your statement of Americone, I looked it up. It's urban Spanish slang for homosexual. What the hell are you trying to pull in my room here, buddy? Is this some sort of a joke? You trying to make fun of homosexuals here? Are you Peter Puffer? Well, let's be clear. Trump is a Russian puppet. I'm going to pray for you. We're going to pray for guest 458. Whatever's going on in your life, we're going to pray for you. Obviously, you're asking for prayer. Now, some of you atheists, you can get in on the prayers. We welcome you to pray to your non-entity in the sky or wherever it is. Oh, well, I don't know what's going on here. Well, we can make sure that your prayers are heading your way right now. You can dial some of the religious organizations. They'll pray for you, you know. I think TBN has a call-in number. You can call in and have people pray for you. Okay, here comes the next line of crap coming at us every day. Another line of crap. That's why we have a 5-hour show. 4 hours recorded on YouTube. Pence left dozens of record requests unfilled. Let's see. Vice President Mike Pence left 24 record requests unfilled, most of them for his emails, when he left office as Indiana governor. In all, there are more than 50 pending requests for the governor's office. Nearly half of those date to Pence's time in office. Some are more than 10 months old. The requests represent an unprecedented backlog, fueled in large part by the increased interest in Pence after he became Trump's running mate last year. But there's also another reason for the holdup. Pence still hasn't provided all of his emails from private accounts that he used to conduct state business. Moreover, those Pence have provided to the state were in paper form, making them difficult to search in response to public records requests. We don't have all the responsive records, said Stephanie Wilson, a spokeswoman for Governor Eric Holcomb, who succeeded Pence in January. Yeah, we requested all state-related records digitally, and they've indicated they would do that. But they haven't. Wow. Mark Lauder, a spokesman for Pence, released a brief statement Friday saying documents relating to Governor Pence's official service in Indiana are being preserved by the state in full compliance with the law. And that's not true. I'm wondering if those stories about Pence are true. You know, all these weird, strange Indiana stories like Torrey Smith, who claimed that Pence killed children as part of a child sacrificing ring of pedophiles. Isn't that weird? I mean, the guy died 3 months later after he talked about that. I showed you that the other night. Sack Printer says Pence is one of the worst humans to have ever existed. He made Indiana a state where no child was safe. So you know a lot more about Mike Pence's background with alleged pedophilia. Sack Printer. Oh, come on. Relax. We're just trying to find out if Pence is a stand-up person. I think Putin has a Trump sex tape, yeah. That's why he's not talking about it. And moreover, the general that handed over the dossier that alleged that Trump had 2 sex tapes is dead. Putin had him killed. Dead men don't talk. Let's talk about happy subjects. Yeah, like how Richard Simmons is doing. Yeah, 1 month before he announced himself, that person knew jack shit about him. Wow. I'm just trying to find out. We need to vet these people, man. Hey, I'm all with you Republicans when you say Hillary's got to be investigated too. I never abandoned that ship, okay? You seem to cave and go, oh, well, I guess Trump doesn't want to investigate her, so I guess it's okay. The American people demand that we investigate Hillary and Podesta. We also demand we investigate Trump. Trump can't decide whether we're going to investigate Hillary or not. Really. Trump literally didn't have the balls to prosecute Hillary or Donald. Am I right? You're right, Dave. You're right. All right. I'm so glad I've got this mute button here. Russian Trump claims blows up in Dem's face. CIA director says Russia owned Hillary, not Trump. Coming from patriotcrier.com. Well, look at, dude, you're going to, fake news is fake news wherever it comes up, wherever it percolates. What about all that fake news about how the New York Police Department is going to cut a deal with Anthony Weiner and we'd see the 600,000 emails come out about Hillary and Podesta? Yeah, investigate Trump, Pence, and Podesta, and Alefantis, and anybody else involved in that weird references allegedly involved. You are an unemployed fat virgin loser. Well, hell, welcome to the show, man. Yeah, we welcome all unemployed fat virgin losers. Your credentials are cleared. And Mad Dog says, I am a loser. I lost 69 pounds so far. Hey, having a big penis is overrated. Don't ask me. Ted Cruz debated Bernie. Ted turned the Vermont duck in Texas barbecue into Texas barbecue. He got totally creamed on single-payer health care. Oh, believe me, I would have creamed, Bernie on single-payer health care too. I don't like it. Sarah says it's okay. I just think we don't need to tax working men to pay for non-working losers and malingerers that go to the hospital that charges too much. You know? So I'm with you. I don't want single payer either. I want a public option that's not mandatory, that's affordable, that takes the middlemen out of the insurance business and gets this country to run right for a change. That's okay. You've been banned anyway. It doesn't matter. People are starting to realize that Mariconis are starting to kill this chat. Dude, you're coming out calling liberal people homosexuals. What's your problem? There's a lot of liberal heterosexuals in here who are very horny tonight. And they're looking for the dates. Oh, dude. You have no idea, man. Just because people care about the environment and about helping people who are homeless, you call them liberal homos. You ultra right-wing extremists who think that the hollow hoax happened or that the earth is flat. Do you realize how stupid you appear to people who are liberal? I mean, seriously. Boy, a lot of prejudice coming out tonight. I'm just feeling it. It's oozing out of the chat room. I don't believe it. Do people really believe it? Yeah, they do believe the earth is flat. It's a method the government's testing to see how stupid people are. I would never deny the Holocaust. But there's people out there that believe the same. It turns out the same people, they believe that there was no Holocaust, that the earth is flat. They probably think they're a board game for computer systems and that they're living in a simulation. They probably believe that Elon Musk is a good guy even though he smokes crack. I mean, these are the kind of people that make up their own rules as they go along. Well, they're going to be investigated as soon as I become president. I told you I'm opening up a full-on investigation into Hillary, Podesta, Alefantis, and anybody else connected to their little ring of Russian sympathizers. But we have a bigger problem. A president that wants to profit from Russia and is doing the same damn thing, but worse. They're making mincemeat out of this guy. They are playing Donald because Donald is greedy. He is the honeypot of every single Russian oligarch. If we can tap into this greedy man, we can control America from within. That's what they're saying, and they're not making it private. They're laughing about it in Russia. You think I'm kidding? They have a saying in Russian social networks called #Tramp Nash, which means Trump is ours. We own him. They say a lot of other things about Trump too. I care not mention right now. I think we've done enough damage to the Trump record of temporary presidency. It's just a matter of, not a matter of if, it's a matter of when he has to resign and step down. I doubt seriously if he'll take it to the impeachment. This is what's going to happen. Ivanka and Jared are going to...
He's bleeding. Hard. No, he's bleeding bad.
Okay, you just saw somebody strike a protester against Trump. So they think nothing of using physical violence. Trump is already being investigated in Kentucky by a judge for inciting a riot and causing violence against people. We went from a loving, almost gay president to a violent ruffian for a president who wants to kick ass. It's just so weird. See what I mean? Some of these people really believe that physical violence is a good thing. I'm not stopping anything. I'm just telling you, you guys have your head up your ass if you think violence is going to solve anything. There have been liberals in violent situations. We're not labeling conservatives as the violent ones. It happens in both sides of the political spectrum. Yeah, Sarah went to sleep. I have to wake her up to go watch Life Below Zero. My favorite prepping show on TV right now. Well, overreactions like bullies, hitting people is not showing you're strong. It shows you're insecure when you're a bully. It shows your weakness. Gandhi was right. Violence only begets more violence. Well, your fantasies aren't going to come true, because what's going to happen is the more you become violent, the more likely a police state is going to form around you, and all your conservative card-carrying, NRA card-carrying rights are going to be taken away from you. Just like all the people in their homes at Katrina were told that their civil right of bearing arms does not qualify. They literally disarmed everybody trying to guard their home during the Katrina disaster. And I'm right. So what you're doing by being an idiot on the right wing or an idiot on the left wing and inciting violence is you're pushing us closer to martial law. You're like Rosie O'Donnell saying, "Oh yes, we want martial law." I couldn't believe it when she tweeted that. That's exactly what the New World Order wants. They want to break this country up. That's why they've been behaving this way. They push both sides. That's why Soros funds the Antifa people and the MoveOn.org people. That's sick. Any person that says such a thing about punching a woman is just ridiculous. I'm going to mute you for a while, buddy. Hitler walked into 4 theaters of war at the same time. And I don't even believe he wanted to fight the war against Russia. But the money backers that got Hitler to the power position he was in the 1930s were the Windsor family. And they didn't want Russia to come into and take over all of Germany. So they began to push the war into Russia, and that's what split up his power. But that's one of the reasons why he collapsed, and Germany failed to win that war. But the Nazis won. The Nazis won World War II. They had embedded prior in America and had already established certain agencies like the IRS and the CIA. So the Nazis are actually a shadow government within our government, but getting to them is going to require a very, very calculated move by an honest man, who I hope to be as your president, who makes the right decisions and manages to get rid of the heads of the snakes of this enterprise. Once we do that, we can begin pulling ourselves up by the bootstraps and build this country back up again. But these people have been invading our foreign policy for years. Their goal was to control Hitler so that they could somehow keep the Soviets or the Bolsheviks out of Western Europe. And in the process, they had another agenda, which is to gain all control over Jerusalem. So Hitler killing off the Jews, it wasn't even his idea to kill off the Jews. It was another person. Netanyahu spoke up about this. Well, you can say whatever you want of Netanyahu, but he made a very important point that I think all of you need to recognize. Bibi Netanyahu.
And this attack and other attacks on the Jewish community in 1920 and 1921, 1929 were instigated by a call of the Mufti of Jerusalem, Haj Amin al-Husseini, who was later sought for war crimes in the Nuremberg trials because he had a central role in fomenting the final solution. He flew to Berlin. Hitler didn't want to exterminate the Jews at the time. He wanted to expel the Jews. And Haj Amin al-Husseini went to Hitler and said, if you expel them, they'll all come here. So what should I do with them? He asked. He said, burn them. And he was sought during the Nuremberg trials for prosecution. He escaped it. Later died in cancer after the war, died of cancer in Cairo. But this is what Haj Amin al-Husseini said. He said, the Jews seek to destroy the Temple Mount. My grandfather in 1920 seeks to destroy the Al-Aqsa Mosque. So this lie is about 100 years old.
So Haj Amini Husseini was the person that insisted that Hitler kill the Jewish people. However many people died during that time period, and they did die, and you can disagree on whether it's 1 million or 16 million or 12 million or whatever. It doesn't matter. They were illegally detained, incarcerated against their will. Ethnic minorities were held at gunpoint. Everything that they had was taken and stolen. And in the process, they created the justification for the creation of Israel. Out of that came the Zionist growth and then the creation of Israel. So then these people had a place to live, a safe haven for people who were destroyed and ruined from the war. Now you can claim that's not true, but that's impossible because people were incarcerated. Whether they died of typhus or died in the gas chambers, they were incarcerated against their will, and their death led to this creation of Israel. So, Hitler was a Zionist surrounded by a group called the Ashkenazis. That's why he and all the others were called Nazis. Are you beginning to understand history now? Thank you. So in lieu of the fact that we've got a lot of haters that just don't know how to stop and don't realize that I'm untrollable, someone should get the memo out to these idiots. But the reality is the people of Israel are happier as a result of what they have acquired, but now their leadership is somewhat mixed up. They're now preventing black people from becoming Israeli. They've got a lot of prejudices against anybody who's Muslim. Yet it is still the largest enclave of Muslims living in a democratic nation in the world, if you call Israel a democratic nation. So I'm not going to be able to turn the tide on Israel, but I don't want Israel leading our country around by the short hairs. And I think you know what I mean. And we're right now at a position where we're being pushed into battle in Syria for no reason. Well, they may be too dumb to get it, Jeff, but I'm trying to help these people because their sons and daughters are going to go off into ground wars in the future if we continue letting these psychos run our world, because they'll come up with unbelievable reasons to start wars. You think you're worried about terrorism now? Well, what if they realize that their fake terrorist attacks need to go live and they need real ones? So that they're going to get more desperate in the process. Once we root these people out, though, they'll stop this behavior. And when we realize that they're right now planning another crisis event somewhere down the line just to keep us rolling into believing that we've got to fight terrorism over there and keep it over there. The ground war is coming in Syria. Oh yeah, Donald Trump has ramped up 1,500 troops are there right now, Marines. Landed in Syria, are in violation of the sovereignty of Bashar al-Assad's country. Right now. Yeah, so they love to call on American sons and daughters. They're on record, like the guy that just met Donald Trump in the office, in the Oval Office. This guy named Kissinger. Well, we all know that Kissinger was our former Secretary of State under Richard Nixon. Well, he has a history of making statements that are absolutely bizarre. Here's a statement that will shock you.
Military men are dumb, stupid animals to be used as pawns for foreign policy. It's really a new world order.
Yeah. So Henry Kissinger doesn't think highly of your kids who are joining the military. He thinks they're stupid, dumb animals. No, it wasn't taken out of context at all. It's what he said. Just read it. There's a whole list of things that Kissinger said that just reek of exceptionalism. Thank you. Kissinger was incorrect. Military men are not dumb, stupid animals. You know the father of one of the Navy SEALs that died in the attack on Abbottabad? You know that when they went after Osama bin Laden, they didn't really find Osama bin Laden, right? They found some guy who they painted up and made it look like Osama bin Laden. His face is not quite the same. They found this imposter. They put him in there for 5 months, claimed that the State Department has been looking into this for 5 years, mind you. Obama said, oh, well, let's be clear. We've been looking into this for 5 years. Well, why didn't you do something for 5 years? And why did you crash the helicopter when you landed? Because that probably killed a few people on the ground, too. They never dropped him in the ocean. Not one single person on the Carl Vinson had a digital video camera or a single photo camera to take a picture of his body being dropped in the ocean. That's bullshit. And you can see the lips are different on both of these faces, too. This one right here has demure lips, but more like mine. This one right here has big, full lips. So the obvious difference is in the nose, too. You can take a look at the top of their nose, or the bottom of their nose, I should say. The nose. You superimpose one of those on the other, and you don't have the same nose. No, you're the idiot. You believe the crap in the mainstream media. You're such morons. You absolutely believe the insane stupidity that's being dumped in your face because you're stupid. And you don't even realize how stupid you are. That's what makes you even more stupid. But you try to align these two together, they're not the same nose. There's no way. One has a wider bridge right in here. The real Osama bin Laden has a thinner bridge right in here. Anyway, since you can't see it with your own eyes, I thought I'd help you out. The Queen has visited the hospital of
What I want to show you here is I've done a search for bomb victims just to show you what it actually looks like in a hospital on a real event. I don't want to go too far. I could show you glorious stuff, but I don't want to risk having my videos being struck again. I'll just show you enough to give you a sense of what it's like I said, a real event. This happened in September last year in the Philippines. I can't recall it happening. I had no idea it happened until I, like I said, just did a bit of a search for bomb victims. Why don't I know about it? It's not like I watch the news all the time, but...
Okay, I'd love to hear this a little bit later, though. Has anyone ever asked PK why he has John Lennon on his website? Is he really a big John Lennon fan? Yeah, an angry mother I heard was very upset.
This is Dabu7.
Yeah, we'll add Dabu7. A lot of people are upset that their dead daughter was used in a photo display of people that died there, more than verifying that there probably is a certain amount of fakery going into this thing to lead us to the false flag position. But yeah.
I want to share with you guys here some information from a woman saying she is a mother of someone that was killed 4 years ago, saying her daughter was murdered 4 years ago for being pregnant, and that her image has been used in this whole situation with what happened in the UK. This is...
Wow, okay, that'll be good. We'll be featuring that after the 10 o'clock hour, in about 20 minutes. We'll start the lineup of videos. Okay. Yeah, a lot of things are starting to come to light, I'll tell you that. Oh, I see we have a problem here. Okay, we're going to do guest back on in just a second. Thank you. Okay, we're back up and running. Thank you. Necromancer. That's pretty funny. New York Magazine, YouTubers' photos used in fake Manchester hoax. Okay. Twitter collages of people missing after Manchester attack turned out to be an internet hoax. Okay, so that's a good way to come out with, a cover story, to cover a cover story. Sure. Any type of collages. So all the collages you've seen so far are hoaxes. So where are the real victims? I'm not a felon, no. I have no criminal record whatsoever. Top 3 bands: The Beatles, Pink Floyd, Jim Morrison, The Doors. Not in that order. I got some Morrison history for you tonight. I love finding out more about Jim Morrison because he was such an amazing entertainer. I listened to an 8-minute series I'm going to play for you tonight from his father and his sister. And I was amazed. This guy was a really smart guy, just like I was. He used to read voluminously like I did. And they didn't know what to do with him, because he didn't want to in any way conform to society. So he started his poetry, and he got involved with the Doors, and pretty soon he was a national success. And his dad never even understood a damn thing he said. His father even openly admitted he didn't understand his poetry. No, we have a concerted effort to try to shut us down. Not only are we being censored on the network that we're on right now, but they come in and try to target me with all kinds of BS that's not true. There's a hate campaign going on against me, almost on a daily basis, because they know they can't stop me. Yeah, he got hooked on drugs, but I found an inconsistency in the video. His father said that a naval person contacted him claiming Jim had died in the hospital of a heart attack. His father said that. Now, you don't usually make that story up when you find out your son was killed or died. It's usually like etched in your hearing. Those words are not like things you kind of mix up. Yet, eyewitnesses claim that he was in a bathtub dead in the bathtub. So the story about his death is confusing. Is an admiral, yes. We'll listen to Sloop later, yeah. I wouldn't doubt he melts your CPU, no problem. One person said they have a very poor signal. Could you broadcast in 160 DPI? And I said, yeah, I suppose I can. We're going to have to figure out a way to do that on our website. And I think it's a good idea to do that on our website where we don't have a heavy stream. We can turn that off or on. And you could turn the heavy stream off, and then you could just watch a really lightweight, sketchy stream that could be on a 56.6 modem or something.
We sent one of our pals, Chris McGaha, to a rally to collect signatures for a petition.
Cool. Okay. I love these stories that make fun of people that are really not. It's not that I want to see people made fun of. It's just that you never realize
sent one of our pals
how out of it people are when they're going to college. They don't even know how to write or read oftentimes. 28.8 baud rocks. Well, the problem is, Sack Printer, we can't even get our government to investigate these people. Here's a picture of James Alefantis that was taken recently, and Peter Nesham, the chief of police in D.C., laughing. Now, Peter Nesham received 15 pages of information accommodating basically all kinds of stuff that people had gone on the internet to look up. He received all this information in October about pedophiles in D.C., and he didn't do a damn thing, the guy on the right. There are a lot of people like Honeybee that submitted information to this guy at the D.C. Bureau, and he hasn't done a damn thing. If I have a presidential dog, it would be a collie. You got a good mic? The sound of success. How much is it? It looks like a good mic, man. What's the cost? Yeah, I really love collies, and I've never really wanted a dog in the White House, so it's kind of a side attraction. I've got a cat, so I don't want to be sidetracked. Yeah, we need callers, but I don't really care about the callers right now. I'll do those tomorrow night or the next. I still have the option of doing a 30-minute show on Blog Talk Radio. The cost is free. That's a pretty good mic, man. Are you kidding? That's awesome. Shipping is totally possible. You just have to get the cost of a shipping box and email me, and I'll send you the PayPal money. I have a big koi pond right now. I have probably about 50 koi I'm raising. Yeah, no problem. I figured you were in the middle of something. I'm not really worried about the timetable. The old mic was okay, but it didn't give me the kind of depth and range that I really need. My voice is amazing. And I don't mean to brag, but I have a very interesting resonance to my voice, which doesn't even come in through this thing we call audio. I mean, I just cut this on a really good high-end microphone. This is a digital microphone, and I use this for my voiceovers now, but this has been the purest, cleanest cut I can get.
This is America's Third Party, and I'm David Sponheim, and we're going to chat about the truth. So join us nightly from 5 to 10 p.m. and encounter interactive virtual chat like you've never heard before.
Yeah, so if we can improve on that, that'd be great. Yeah, I have no criminal record. You guys could do a criminal background check on me and you'd find nothing. Yeah, it sounds good. Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, well, that's the thing. This thing works like a charm. It's an eat-all. It's at least 7-year-old technology. It's made by Roland, and it's a really good little. I was recommended it for podcasting. This is the best little recorder. We got that a few years ago. You have a surround system, and it sounded perfect. Cool. Then I've got a good combo going here. I'm going to cut a few more. I know. I mean, I'm the guy who originally said that Elizabeth Warren needs to do a DNA test. And now a Cherokee Indian tribal leader is saying they want a DNA test too. Yeah. So I don't think Elizabeth Warren is a contender for the 2020 election. Al Franken claims he wants to get in on it, but why? He's a non-starter. There's no depth there. He hasn't done anything. People are more than likely to vote for an outsider in this election, even an outsider to the entire system. They want an average American to be president. They don't want this Trump crap. This guy has been way too much in the wrong direction. He's not a humble man. He doesn't seem to understand limits, and he seems to be very loose-lipped with his Twitter messages and Twitter diplomacy. China made a good point. They said, you should be doing Twitter diplomacy, and they're right. Apparently there's some Manchester legs going on here. Let's take a look at this. Anaconda.
She's got legs.
Wow. Wow, she's got some pretty long legs. Yeah, that's weird. Yes, D.T. Dolores should be canonized. Hip hop, it's experimental hip hop, yeah. Thanks, who is Dave? That song is highly inappropriate. Oh, is it a bad song? Okay, I've never heard of it. Angry, hang on. I got a lot of weird songs coming our way here tonight. So Penn and Teller get hippies to sign a water banning petition.
You
We'll put Hillary in the lineup too, with her big comeback. Okay, so somebody asked earlier about time travel. This addresses it. Theoretical work done by Kip Thorne of Caltech University using a partial unification of general relativity with quantum physics suggested that any wormhole that allows time travel would collapse as soon as it's formed. Thorne did, however, resolve an apparent issue that could arise due to the time travel within the confines of general relativity. The grandfather paradox involves going back in time and accidentally killing one's grandfather before one's father is conceived, preventing one's own birth, making it impossible to go back in time and kill one's grandfather. Thorne found that for point masses traversing a wormhole, no initial conditions create this type of paradox. So yes, there's hope for time travel. Let's just suffice to say, I live outside of Seattle. I live at a remote island in the ocean. It is like Fantasy Island. When I go outside, I pretend there's a little midget next to me. Hello, welcome to Fantasy Island. Look, my friend, Tattoo.
Hey, G-Boss. Hola. The plane.
Tattoo, these are F-18s and F-35s driving across the sky to make our country great and strong. And they have rich Corinthian leather.
Oh, the plane. Oh, so nice.
Tattoo, can you hear me? Poor Tattoo, he cannot hear. He's lost his hearing. The planes have 120 decibels that break up your liver and cause capillary damage in your brain, forcing you to have a stroke at an early age. Okay, Trump's Israeli Zionist scripted fake news continues to block Israel exposure. Matty D for Truth is going to talk about that tonight. They just keep coming. The Zionist connection to Trump is huge, and that's not even the thing we're looking at right now. We're looking at the Russian mob Zionist connection. And I doubt that Mueller is investigating this. Herr Mueller, guten Abend, Herr Mueller. Wie geht's es Ihnen? So Mueller is the former director of the FBI. Mueller, the guy who's investigating. Hello, Howard Helms. You are a VPIP. What does that mean? Well, I was trying to become Ricardo Montalban, but I started turning into Dracula in the process. Tattoo, welcome to Fantasy Island. Is that better?
No, ich spreche nicht Deutsch.
I buy my meat products at every good old meat store I find. I get Northwest beef that's grazed wholesomely without steroids and hormones.
Yeah. I try to buy a good cut of past due meat whenever I go to the store. You know, I'll look around. I'm avoiding pork, but pork is my favorite. You don't want to get into bad pork though. I eat Northwest beef and pure fresh prawns from slave camps in Thailand. Yeah, pork, the other white meat, right? The ones that half the world doesn't eat because they're religiously against it, because they've been told it's bad to eat. And somehow we don't believe that here in Porkland. Welcome to Porkland. You sound more unstable than Trump. Really? Because I do an interactive show reaching millions of people around the world, you claim I'm more unstable than Trump. Wow. And he didn't have to fight through years of censorship to get to this point in his life. He just had to borrow money from the Russians to cover his ass. That's amazing. And you have the audacity to question me. Why am I looking at this? Please don't send pictures of eyes. Thanks. You got a Sponheim in Canada. Yeah. Well, you've got Trudeau. I mean, what's going on with that law he put together? No, I would never zip line. What's the law against marijuana driving under the influence is going to be a 10-year prison sentence in Canada, I hear. That's crazy, man. What is CJD? I'm not afraid to fly. No, I just won't fly until they get Faraday cages over the navigation units. I sit for 5 hours during the show, and then I get up and run. Your brother Keith can't fly, yeah. You're starting to not really make a lot of sense there. Who is Dave? Yeah. Hey, Rays, thanks, man. What do you do during the day besides the show? I work on music. I am currently engineering a musical program. Let me play it for you. Well, that's what I do. Yeah, I'm working on some new riffs and things that I play around with on the side. I also do some physical exercise. Just I maintain a property, a big piece of property. It's not easy. I would like to do the Kissinger. You just missed me. Military men are dumb, stupid animals to be used as pawns for foreign policy. It's really a new world order. Yeah, I read a lot of news. I keep abreast of all the news. I make failed attempts to buy video cards for my old computer. I'm looking at a pretty cool video card right now I'm going to bid on. Dave, I was at ComEx last weekend and many there know you, of you. Colonel Walter Kurtz, wow. It's good to know, man. I've got a tremendous viewership around the world. And we're going to do another one from Scissor Fight. He's got a new one called Bang Your Head. Cool. We'll do that on our outrate. We're finishing up here. Some people are saying that feds admit marijuana may treat the opiate crisis. So it's another reason to legalize marijuana, and that makes a lot of sense even from the federal perspective now. See, Donald Trump was never supposed to win this election, folks. I was supposed to win it. Had I been given media time like I should have been given in 2008, I would have had enough momentum to win the election in 2016. When Vaughn started censoring me for 2 years, from 2014 to 2017 now, 2.5 years, he essentially kept me from getting donations and kept us from getting attraction in the United States. But legalization of marijuana would have been the natural thing for me to do as soon as I became president. So we wouldn't have even had this temporary way over with these corrupt, greedy, materialistic people in the Trump White House. We never would have had Russian contamination of our policy. They would never have been able to get under my skin because they have nothing on me and I'm not greedy. So there's a lot of things that many people don't realize the importance of having an average, humble American as president. It's a lot better than what we got today. You're bidding on a GeForce 3? Well, I'm not going for something more than mid-range. I'm trying to be realistic. Okay, a mother who had a strict Mormon upbringing is now a glamour model with a 54-inch breast so big that she struggles to fasten her own shoes, but she says she still believes in the core values of the religion. Oh, okay. Well, I guess this is a good way to say, hey, I'm glad we have some freedom. Freedom to have your breasts augmented. You're free to have your breasts augmented in America. Yeah. There she is. She definitely, Allegra from Salt Lake City, styles herself in what she calls the extreme Jessica Rabbit look. And openly talks about her boob greed and her desire to go even bigger. Okay. Yeah, definitely see the need. I mean, what she's only C cups there. Yeah, what can I say? Well, there you have it. I mean, she has taken it to a new dimension. Wow. Well, you know, Caitlyn can have his penis removed. Michelle can pretend that she's a woman even though she has a penis. And this woman can definitely have boob greed. Yeah. Allegra. Wow, I never thought the whole show would descend into this darkness, but here we are. Okay, I'm going to bring you a little bit of this and that, and we'll get the show on the road for the video segment of our show. Thanks for coming in and participating in America's Third Party. I am amazed that ComEx was talking about me. That's kind of cool. All right, good night, everybody. Take care. Be well. Get some sleep.
It is like a finger pointing away to the moon. Don't concentrate on the finger or you will miss all that happens.